welcome back to the Democracy. Almost forgot what I was going to say there. And tonight we're back on WoW Classic Hardcore, just logging back in. And tonight we are going to farm some wool. We're at 1.8 million experience total across all of our Alliance Hardcore characters. Probably about close to 4 million experience if we were to count all of our Horde characters as well, but I'm not counting those in this current run-through, current iteration of my hardcore journey, so let me take a look over here and see how things are looking. Oh, I haven't brought up chat yet. Better get chat up. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. I was off of work today. I was doing laundry, I'm packing, I'm getting ready to go on another government-funded vacation. This time to the dirty South. At least I'm not going to the Middle East, right? Although, honestly, I'd rather be out there than here. Got job to do out there. That's all I'll say about that, though. We're not going to be divisive here in this stream tonight. No, sir. Level 27, let's go. Starting off the stream nice and strong with a level up. We gotta take that Shatter talent. Increases the critical strike chance of all your spells against frozen targets by 20%. Currently at 2 of 5. I should have done Shatter instead of Arctic Reach. I would be at 3 of 5. But I'm not going to respec. Arctic Reach has got its uses as well, so I mean it's okay now that I've got 2 of 5 Shatter. I think we're in there. It does seem like the game sounds are a little bit high. Okay, we're going to go after Illcrud Magthrall. That's how you say it. Illcrud Magthrall. What's up, Mikey the Bold? Happy Friday, man. I'm a little bit zippy right now. I just drank like 4 cups of coffee. Yeah, we're gonna go after Illcrud here. Ooh, we got a wool cloth. I need more wool cloth. Mikey says, "Hells yeah, same to you, brother. I just got home from work." Yeah, I was just saying I wasn't at work today. I got the day off. I'm leaving on Sunday. Flying out early in the morning. Actually, it could be worse. I'm flying out at like 6. 6 is okay. I'll have to get there about 5. Luckily, I live next to a small airport. And getting through security, getting in and out of the airport is extremely convenient and easy. Man, we're getting a lot of wool cloth here. I like this. This is nice. Just taking a look here, making sure my, What's up? Yeah, it's really live. It is really live. I am a real person. And I am alive. And this is a live stream. I don't know if maybe people do reruns or something. I think, oh, they do. YouTube is notorious for you click the live stream and it's just a rerun playing. Oh yeah, you did. Oh yeah, I remember you. You asked if I was done making videos. I was deployed. I was off in the far reaches of the Middle East. Okay, I gotta lock in. I do stream on YouTube as well. I gotta lock in here. Does I have to counterspell his... He's gonna summon 2 Voidwalkers. Now I think I can pull these separate. I think these guys will come separate. Let's see. At least I hope they do. Okay. Alright, we're in there. If it was 4v1, that would have been really bad. Yeah, unfortunately, not really unfortunately, I got tired of making EQ videos. Mainly because everywhere I went on P99 was always camped, and I got tired of spending half of my stream running around looking for places to go. And she says, dude, you have to try EQ Legends. I didn't think I would like it, but it's awesome. Nice to see you back. Missed your videos. Oh, thank you. Thanks for your support. I really do appreciate that. I do kind of want to try EQ Legends, but I'm really wrapped up in World of Warcraft, and also like from a like a principle standpoint, I'm not in love with Roguine making a whole new game while they've ghosted P99. So like, I'm sure it's a great game, but I feel a little bit put out as a P99 fan, as a, what, 17 years almost P99 player, that it feels like they've abandoned it, but we have this shiny new penny. Alright, that's what we got to counterspell. Oh, he resisted it. Okay, get ready for... It's only 1 Voidwalker. Okay. He resisted the counterspell, that's bad. Go. Pop the potion. We have evocation. I can't... Oh, he leashed. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's affordable, and I'm sure it's a good time. Private instance is a cool feature. I mean, truthfully, it solves like all the issues that I have with EQ, right? Like, here I am live on stream saying I hated running around looking for a place to camp, and the private instances fix all that, right? Maybe I'll do it in secret. Maybe I'll play it in secret. One thing that I do really like about EQ Legends, though, is I'm seeing a lot of EQ creators getting much larger followings because of it, and I think that's awesome. Seeing people that traditionally have only had a handful of people watching their streams now, you know, like blowing up, and that's great because EQ is such a dead category. If you played EQ and you streamed EQ for the love of the game, you know, most folks, if you weren't like in the creator club that they have, you know, average like 5 to 10 viewers, right? And so it was good to see some folks getting a lot more exposure for a game that they love to play and make content for. And hopefully those communities will stick around as they, you know, bounce between different iterations of EQ for sure. Yeah, I never jumped on Hero's Journey either. I was I can't remember what I was doing during Hero's Journey. I think I was just playing regular P99 and I just decided not to jump on the bandwagon. But yes, unfortunately, I'm going on another government-sanctioned paid vacation here. I leave Sunday, so I'll stream tomorrow as long as I can finish everything I need to do.
Hello, Del Madras.
I kind of put off like packing and all the things today, and I shouldn't have. But I've got time tomorrow, so. Sorry, I keep opening my map because I keep forgetting what I'm gonna do. Tower of Ulthalax to Rain's Cleansing. No, I think I'm hanging on WoW until Classic Plus. And I'll hang through Classic Plus if it's good. If it sucks, I'll go back to Hardcore. I'll try to get at least one level 60 on Hardcore. And then, yeah, after that, I don't know. Open book. I have really been enjoying this hardcore journey, though. So I gotta ask, for those of you playing EQ Legends, what are your main characters? Like, what classes did you choose? Yeah, hardcore is where if you die, you're
Well met.
you're done for good.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
You need something?
I haven't done this escort
Have a good one.
in a long time. I'm gonna do it. Excuse me. We'll give it a shot. Angie says I am Beast Druid Necro. Dude, that sounds wicked actually, because you have the Beastmaster like buffs. I'm assuming the melee ability. You have the pet, right? Which the pet is the big thing. I think the Beastmaster pet is, or Beast Lord, I can't remember. Beastmaster, Beast Lord, I can't keep it straight in EQ which one is which. Oh, that's a lot of dudes. Okay. Run? Dude, he's gonna die. He's dead. I failed. Sorry, I got distracted with the and now they're on me. Should not have drank that potion. Should have saved my potion cooldown. Beast Lord, good pets. Necro, also pets. Some good, some not good. Necro mana regen, which he just said. Yep, Druid beast buffs. I mean, you got Thorns. You've got, you know, you came up with a really good combo there. And then you got the port. Yep. And then you got, that's what the big thing to me was as well. Is not only can you do a bunch of things solo, you also have the ports, which allow you to get around the world. That sounds awesome. Not going to admit that it makes me want to play. No, sir. Hadn't even crossed my mind. Not one bit. Yeah, and then you got Feign Death to fall back on. You've got... what? Beastmaster gets haste. Pet haste. That's got to be one of the most broken combos out there. I can't imagine that they really care about like balance in this. And that's also one of the reasons why I haven't really jumped into it is when you solo a raid boss, to me it's like, okay, what's next? Try to get better gear to solo other raid bosses, maybe. I'm not sure how the whole system works. I could see it as like a fun diversion. Oh, there's difficulty settings. There's like Anguish or Normal, Nightmare, and Hell. That's cool. At least it has some sort of posterity. Dude, New Game Plus sounds like it would be kind of cool in that as well. One thing I would love to see in a World of Warcraft, like hardcore, is there was a system in a multi-user dungeon, a MUD, that I used to play, where when you made it to level 200, you could remort. Basically, New Game Plus. You came back at level 1, but you chose another class, right? So, but it was like a subclass. So if you were a warrior, then when you come back at level 1, you could be like a warrior cleric. And now you got abilities for both. And then whenever you made it to 200 as a warrior cleric, you could then be like a warrior cleric thief. Warrior cleric thief mage as you worked your way through. Then when you finished all the classes, you could go up a tier. So now you start over as a tier 1 warrior, level 1 again. But when you make it to 200, you know, you start the chain of getting the subclasses again. But all the gear requirements drop by 10 levels. And there were 7 tiers. 7 or 9. So by the time you were tier 9, you could use level 90 gear at level 1. And I thought that would be a cool system to like somewhat adapt to an MMO like World of Warcraft or EverQuest. Maybe not as stupidly broken as using level 60 gear on a level 1, but adding the additional classes would be cool. So Angie has a good point. She says the game is mostly meant for like people play when you want to. Don't have to keep up with the Joneses, as the saying goes. Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. A lot of us busy adults, like if I was in a raiding guild right now and I had to miss a month of raids due to this class that I'm going to, I'd be like stressed out, right? And a lot of us adults have real lives where we just can't commit that. The daily time, the weekly time. You know, clear your schedule on Saturday, we got a raid. And then EQ is like nefariously bad about this. At least P99 with the bat phones and variable respawn timers, non-instanced raids. I took one look at that when I hit level 60 on P99 and I was like, no thanks. Not for me. And no corpse runs. Yeah, I can imagine if they're if they're doing away with the friction. Now the question I have to ask is, how much friction do you get rid of before the game becomes I guess not rewarding enough? Right? Because friction is something that you need. If you don't want to play a game with friction, I guess load up like Microsoft Paint and Doodle is the only thing I can think there. You bastard. I let him heal. So, like, how much is enough, right? Dude, don't get me started on Ion Blaze, Mr. I Quit World of Warcraft, or EverQuest. He's a nice dude, though. I ran into him in game one time and he helped me out with something. But, that seemed like a pump and dump. I'm quitting EverQuest and made this huge 2-hour-long video about it. The drama with him in some guild, and now he's back. Now, I'm definitely not knocking it. Please don't interpret that. I think that people should have options. So if P99 doesn't work for you because it's too much friction, right? The corpse runs, the setting LFG, all of the things that make classic EQ what it is. And yeah, you have the option to go to something like a progression server or to P99. Or I mean, sorry, EQ Legends. I've always said EverQuest, the journey from like 1 to 50 is magical. I think it's even better than World of Warcraft as far as like going from 1 to 50. At least in P99. Now when you get to 50 to 51 to 60, or it starts about 54, I think was when I noticed it. Just a little too grindy for me. I still did it. I still finished. Angie says when you solo your own zone, you pick the level you want, 1 through 4. And 4 is the hardest. Dude, I would go to Dalnir. Dalnir was my favorite zone. Hands down favorite zone in all of EverQuest. Dalnir on level 4 difficulty. Are they releasing... How many expansions are out on EQ Legends? Sorry, it still feels like the game audio is just a touch too loud. Mikey the Bold. Oh, shit. Patrol coming. Mikey the Bold says, I was all about the journey, the magic, the danger, the social aspect. Endgame gets very elitist, though. I agree. Like you're not, Mikey says, like you're not an ogre warrior. We don't want you, blah. And part of it's who you run with. I was running with a pretty good guild. They didn't really seem to... No one ever whispered me and was like, hey, you're doing this wrong or you're doing that wrong. I was probably doing all kinds of stuff wrong. Okay, so they're doing like a progression timeline on EQ Legends. Maybe I'll check it out when you can be an XR. XR is the best. I wonder how far they'll go. EverQuest expansions get kind of shitty after like... There's like a big debate in the community of when they get shitty. I'm not a Luckland hater, but I do think it changed the game pretty fundamentally. Oh, you can make an XR now. That's smart. That's smart that they did that. Otherwise, people are waiting around to make their main character. Oh, they put a new town in? In North Row? Huh. That sounds cool. I always like the frogs, too. I always thought the frogs were a cool race. They added those right in retail right as I gave up on EverQuest. I was kind of MMO homeless for a little while. Like, EverQuest wasn't doing it for me. I played Final Fantasy XI for a little while, maybe 2 or 3 months.
Can I assist you?
I tried World of Warcraft. I didn't like it at the time. Angie says they revamped Crushbone, Befallen, and Blackburrow. I love OG Blackburrow. That's one of my favorite dungeons. The thing I like the most about Blackburrow is when you pull a train, how all the dogs march in like a perfectly straight line. Like they path on a straight line through that zone, and it's hilarious to me to see like 15 gnolls just how they march. The way that dungeon is designed, it was like meant for trains though. pretty much all the old dungeons. It's like they didn't even think about it really whenever they designed them. I'm gonna clear a spot out here so that whenever Ruzel comes by, we can just fight her right here. Yeah, I really love WoW Classic, and with Classic Plus coming up hopefully soon, I could see myself pretty much being glued to WoW for the next few years if it's good. Mikey, are you talking about the guy in Deathlogs that keeps showing up in Deathlogs? I keep seeing Reddit posts about this. Ooh, 2 people just died in dead mines. Alright, here comes Ruzel. I'm gonna sheep 1. I should have sheeped the caster. Yikes. Big yikes. Oh no. I just gotta get her down. And then we can like loot and scoot kind of deal. So Classic Plus is... Yeah, it did hit really hard. Classic Plus, it depends on who you ask. Everybody has different ideas of what it should be. They haven't officially announced it, but it's almost certainly coming. All of the telltale signs are there. They shut down the Turtle WoW server. It was called Turtle WoW, and it was basically a Classic Plus server. But kind of at its core, the idea is you take vanilla World of Warcraft, so no TBC, no expansions, and then you add on to that in a different direction than TBC. So like keep people in Azeroth is kind of a general idea versus going to some outer space planet or whatever. A lot of people want to see classes get rebalanced, so like paladins need some love, druids, like prop paladins need love, druids need love, to kind of bring them in line with what people would expect from a class and a spec. Give prop paladins a taunt, things like that. And then add new raid tiers and new dungeons to vanilla World of Warcraft. But yeah, they shut down Turtle WoW. They released a build on their patch server called 1.6. Camelot is the code name, and a lot of people interpret that as that's Classic Plus. So we're almost certainly getting it. I did see a meme on Reddit that was like, everybody thinks we're getting Classic Plus, but at BlizzCon they're gonna announce Classic WoW Mobile. The old, what, don't you guys have phones? The old switcheroo.
Greetings. How may I help? Be careful.
Yeah, a lot of people are really excited about it. Kind of the issue that I see is that everybody has a different opinion of what they want. Like, my interpretation of Classic Plus is going to be way different than your interpretation and somebody else's interpretation of what they would like to see. Personally, I'm hoping that they start slow. I would rather they just add little pockets of, you know, quest hubs and rebalance some specs right out the gate, like Prop Paladin, Balanced Druid, make Feral a little bit more normal versus, hey, you have to go farm manual crop pummelers. Like, do away with some of that jank, some of that weirdness. Other people say they want to see, like, you know, sweeping changes, like get the Cataclysm treatment. I'm not really a fan of the Cataclysm treatment, personally. I feel like if you do too much too soon, you're going to lose what makes vanilla special before you even really launch the game. Now, if it keeps going for like 5 years, of course, it's going to be very different, but at least out the gate, it needs to be familiar but different, if that makes sense. And it's like threading the needle. And if it's bad, I'll just go back to hardcore and continue playing hardcore. This is actually my favorite way to play World of Warcraft. So, EQ Legends sounds awesome. Angie asks, how come you're excited for WoW Classic Plus, but don't want to try EQ Legends? It sounds awesome, and I'm glad that people like it. I'm a 17-year P99 veteran, and I'm disappointed in how Roguine and the staff have, like, essentially ghosted the community about any sort of new servers or merging green with blue, which they said they were going to do. And they've essentially let P99 kind of languish. Yeah, they're still doing some periodic updates. But now they're out here, you know, Roguine, which good for him. He's getting paid, right? That's awesome. I don't take away from that. But now they're out making a whole new game without even, you know, saying, hey, by the way, P99 community, we're doing this. So, yeah, and I've played retail before. Like 17 years on P99 retail back in, I started in 2001.
Farewell. What brings you here?
I wasn't there right at the beginning. I was still playing MUDs in 1999, which I'm actually glad I did, because the MUDs that I played, one in particular was the most immersive video game I've ever played,
Look, friend.
and I would
Careful.
kill to get it back, but it's just never going to happen again. I will play. No interest in Pantheon for sure. That dream died with Brad McQuaid. May he rest in peace. But Monsters and Memories, I'll definitely check that out. I already have played it. I've played it on stream.
Ishnu Allah.
I made content for it years ago. Several videos for Monsters and Memories that are on my YouTube. But yeah, just kind of,
Goddess watch over you. I am honored. Hello.
I don't know if salty is the right, yeah, it's a little bit salty, or just kind of out of principle, not wanting to support EQ Legends. Now, if they come out and they start treating the P99 community good, it changed my mind. I have... Should I go to Stone Talon? I have the Pride Wings of Stone Talon. I hate this quest, but it is good experience.
My goods are of the highest quality. Del Nadris.
Mail off this clam meat. I'll go turn this Rain's Cleansing in. And then go down to Stone Talon for a bit.
I am honored. Peace be with you.
Oh yeah, for sure. So Angie says the old days of EQ isn't the same. People that played EQ were young then. And we're all old now, yeah. I was talking about that on stream the other night. Like, it's kind of sad that, if you picked up EQ and you were in your 40s, you're now in your 70s. That's crazy to me. Time gets us all, though, without having an existential conversation here. Speaking of existential crisis, my coffee cup is empty, so I'm gonna go refill that. I'll be right back. Enjoy this slideshow of my character bios. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for being patient with me. Yeah, the games that we played when we were young have mechanics that are not conducive for adults with lives. I do feel like World of Warcraft was really good at balancing it. I don't think we really knew it at the time in like 2004, 2005. Everybody saw the Raiders as the hardcore sweaties. And then we all came back for, oh my gosh, no, get out of here. Sorry, let me ban this. I used to be able to ban them right from my chat, but now I have to go through a few extra steps. Okay, bots are gone. Yeah, we went back to Classic 2019 and we realized the game wasn't that hard. And we could easily do everything in a week. A few hours a week. P99 though, not like that at all. As far as the younger generations, I think they have like 60-second attention spans now, if I'm not mistaken. Mikey says EQ is for creatures of the night. Man, they didn't invent the poop sock for nothing. That term was earned. The thing that gets me is the bat phones, dude. Like, people will wake up at 2, 3 in the morning because of a Discord notification and get on and like raid until they have to go to work. I was like, when I started really seeing that in P99, I was like, no way. There's no way. I'm not waking up at 3 in the morning to go kill a dragon on an elf simulator. There's no loot in this game that's worth sacrificing that kind of, like to live that kind of lifestyle. Angie says I was a hunter on WoW. Me too. Hunter's always been my true love. I actually just made a YouTube short about Hunter and a bunch of people shit on me for it, and I was kind of expecting that. The thing I really like about Hunter is between having the pet, carrying ammunition, food for your pet, having to feed your pet, it's the closest thing that WoW has, vanilla WoW has, to like kind of feeling more like a real RPG. It definitely adds a lot of flavor to the game.
What brings you here? I'm listening.
Like, I feel like the vibe playing Hunter versus any other class is like you feel a lot more like you're playing like a role-playing game, a true role-playing game versus a MMO. Let's see, where am I going next? I'm going to Brains Cleansing. Okay. So the reason why people shit on me for the Hunter video is because I said that a lot of people think Hunter is a brain dead class where all you do is auto shot and send your pet in. And yeah, you can certainly do that, but if you actually take the time to learn Hunter, there's a lot more you could be doing that requires precision and some decently high APM when it comes to like PvP. and people just don't like hunters, I guess. I don't know. One guy was like, "Oh, high APM, ha ha ha, classic WoW is brain dead," and I'm like, "Yeah, the whole game is brain dead, but like, let's take this in, you know, it's relative to other classes in classic WoW. I'm not talking about StarCraft 2 levels of APM here, but some people, whenever they get on a YouTube comment section, like they flip their critical thinking off, or they don't have it at all, and they don't think within the context of what you're talking about. Like, of course, classic WoW doesn't have the same APM as StarCraft or Age of Empires. That's not what we're talking about. Angie says, I like that also, but the pet was hungry all the time. Yeah, and if you didn't feed them, they would have run away. I like how as a hunter you can get different abilities for your pet based off what you go tame too. That adds to that RPG element that I was talking about earlier. Oh yeah, people used to hate on Ranger. I actually hate on Bards. I think, at least on P99, I do not like Bards. But that's because they run around the whole zone, and they take all the mobs in the whole zone. Like, imagine you're out here on World of Warcraft, and you have a quest to kill 12 mobs. But there's no mobs anywhere, and you're like, why aren't there any mobs? And then a bard runs by with the entire zone's worth of mobs following him. And then that same bard goes, oh yeah, feel free to pull off of my little bard train I have going, and you go, okay. And then the bard dies, and that entire bard train comes after you pull a single mob off of it. True story, that happened to me. I think my favorite aspect of Hunter in WoW Classic is the Dire Maul tribute run solo.
Hi. What is nature's call?
I love doing the tribute run solo. It's so much fun. And you make a ton of money doing it. I used to sell the loot out of the yogurt chest. And I had 4 accounts going, and I could summon you to Dire Maul and then sell you the loot out of the chest. And then I figured out that I made more money just selling the buffs. And I could just clear a Dire Maul on Saturday morning. And I knew all the guilds that raided on Saturday morning, and I offered them discounts if they would come to me. So then I started getting recurring customers, and I was clearing like 2,000 to 4,000 gold on a Saturday morning in just summons and buffs. I never wanted for money in WoW Classic. Now, don't get me wrong, I wasn't like GDKP, go buy Thunder Fury rich. Those people are on another level. Let's see. Mikey says, when I tried WoW, Hunter was my favorite class. Yeah, I think it's potentially the most fun class. I don't know. They're all good. They're all good. Angie says, on Quorum and Live EQ, they made it so bards can only pull so many mobs. That is a much, much needed change. I wish they would do that on P99, but it's not. It's not classic. Angie also says, I remember having to do the long quest to get to swim and change to bear. Oh, you played Druid? And I also played Warlock in that long-ass quest to get your Warlock mount. But it was free. It was a free mount. Just cost your time. Those kind of quests, I think, are what people want in Classic Plus. Like, we want flavor quests for your class and epic feeling quests that aren't all at level 60. Like Varigan's Fist. Varigan's Fist is like a level 20 something quest for a paladin weapon, and it feels super epic. Angie says it took part of your soul. I've actually never done it. I've never gotten a Warlock to 40. Oh no, I take that back. I had one on Turtle Wow. I don't remember doing the quest though. Maybe I did. I probably had so much money that I just bought it. I love to play the auction house on World of Warcraft. It drives some of my stream viewers nuts because I'll sit and post things that are worth like 10 copper. And I'm like, yeah, but it was free to post. There was no deposit. Angie said, I'm now going to sub to WoW to just play Classic. Damn you. One of us. One of us. Now you're going to have a war for your attention from EQ Legends and WoW Classic. So Classic is kind of messy right now. You obviously have Hardcore, which is vanilla only. But you can only die once. Well, you can't die any. You can only die never. And if you lag out or anything like that, they don't care. They're not going to restore your character, so it's unfortunate. Kind of risk you got to take. Then there's Anniversary, which is in TBC right now. That has the most players. Then there's like Classic Mists of Pandaria, which has got vanilla, TBC, Wrath of the Lich King. That's already progressed through all those. It's like a kind of like a progression server from EQ. So what you're looking for if you want just Classic. And non-hardcores, you're looking for what's called Classic Era. I'll type it in chat. Classic Era. But I'm just going to warn you, it doesn't feel the same. A lot of people on Era have been playing on Era for like 7 years now. And they're on their like 15th alt, and I want to say there's a lot of GDKPs, tanks charged for runs. So it's in kind of a weird spot. I just want to temper your expectations if you do play it. No, Era is no TBC. It is permanently locked to vanilla. It's just it feels to me like Era feels very retail-ish in a way, and it's hard for me to describe. It's like when you go to trade chat in Era, people are like selling runs and there's like gold spammers, and it feels a lot more like retail. Yeah, Anniversary is the is in TBC, and then it's going to go to Wrath of the Lich King at some point, probably later this year or early next year. But I would say if you're just rejoining for the nostalgia, Era is still fine. Like, Era is still okay. It's just not going to feel completely the same because people are so well established on there.
Need assistance? Can I help you? Pleased to meet you. Alrighty then.
Yeah, I didn't hate Wrath of the Lich King, but that was when WoW started to feel like... That was really, really when I was like, things are changing, and I'm not sure how I feel about this. I wasn't completely against it, and then Kata came out, and I was like, okay, I don't know what just happened, but I'm done. Thanks a lot, guys. You ruined my game. I think if you join the right Era server, you might be able to still get dungeon groups. Just do your research. I know Whitemane is pretty popular. But I'm not sure which one is the most popular. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Mikey. Enjoy your gaming. Enjoy your Friday night, man. Appreciate your viewership. I got new emotes coming, so, I gotta check up on that, actually. Where are my emotes? I ordered these emotes like a year ago. Or not a year ago, but like... July 3rd. July 4th. A month ago. It's marked as work in progress. Yeah, Angie, what you just described is what I think a lot of WoW players, old WoW players went through. Where they hated the expansion. And then when a new one came out, they're like, maybe this one will be different. And after like 3 or 4 of them, you're just like, I'll be honest, until somebody said the word midnight to me and I watched a YouTube video about it, I didn't even know what the latest retail expansion was even called. Like, me and retail are so far estranged that I couldn't tell you the first thing about it. Ooh, I'm so glad I'm skinning for this quest. Because you kill so many of these guys. I'll be gone for a month, starting Sunday. I'll be back on, like, September 12th. I might try to make some YouTube uploads while I'm out there. But I definitely won't be able to live stream. The internet is not going to be good enough. I can almost guarantee it. Streaming on hotel internet just sounds like a bad plan. Ooh, yeah, you could do that, Angie. You could just do a solo self-found run. I kind of like doing like an account-wide self-found, where I use all of my characters to support each other with trade skills. So I'll have a tailor, I'll have a leather worker, blacksmith. That's how my Horde hardcore account is. Because the server I'm on Horde hardcore is so dead that like you can hardly find anything in the auction house. And I have 2 character banks full of just green twink gear for my characters. I think this area is here in Stone Talon. Dawning Wood Catacombs. Someone just died in Dawning Wood Catacombs. No, that's in Raven Hill. I was thinking it was up here. It was this cave right here. That's a Borrow Den, I think. Yeah, mage is just push one, push one, push one. Frostbolt, frostbolt. I will say I liked the mage in Legion. Legion was the one expansion I bought that I wasn't completely and utterly disappointed immediately. And it was mainly because of how fun mage was. You got these little like frost icicles above your head as you cast frost spells. And then you could like fling them all at once. So they would build up like one, you know, if every time you frostbolt, you get another one. And then when you had all 5, you could like fling them all at once. I'm actually getting quite a few of these venom sacks. Normally this takes forever. I'm already halfway done. Angie says I want to do hunter, but I don't know if I can do all the hunter stuff again. All the training, buying arrows, feeding pet. I remember always saying that I needed a checklist. I think I actually had one. I had like a pre-raid checklist. Like, do I have all my pet food? Do I have arrows? I was also melee weaving on my hunter, so I had 3 times as many consumes as a regular hunter. It was like Winterfall Firewater and Scrolls of Agility and sharpening stones. Can't forget your sharpening stones. I actually didn't like it when they removed mana from the hunters and they went to focus. I didn't know at the time. Apparently they wanted focus as the hunter's resource from the beginning, but they ran out of time to implement it before they launched the game. So they just defaulted to mana. Missed. Resist. I almost cold snapped. I've only got one enemy on me. You go down fast though whenever you're getting hit on the mage. Mage is very like glass cannon. Angie says I might do a mage again, but I gotta be horde for the horde. We were talking about this last night or 2 nights ago. I flip-flop basically. I've never stuck to one faction. If I do, because I've played this game so much, I've played vanilla through Kata and then kind of quit and whatever in retail. But then around 2012, 2013, I started playing vanilla private servers. And every time I would roll on a new private server, I would be like, okay, I was Alliance last time, I'll do Horde this time. I was Horde this time, I'll do Alliance, you know, next time. So that's why I landed on Alliance for Doomhowl. But in retrospect, I have come to the conclusion that I prefer the Horde. Mainly because as an Alliance, from like level 1 to 35, you're essentially a glorified mail carrier. Like every single quest in Red Ridge, Westfall, Duskwood is like, hey, take this piece of mail to this town. Deliver this here. Like you're like DoorDash. You're a courier service. So as much as I don't like how the Barons, everybody gets funneled to the Barons on Horde, especially in hardcore, I prefer that over delivering mail. Now, if you're going to be a Horde mage, you have like really good choices too for racials. A lot of people like undead, they just seem to make the most sense from a thematic standpoint. But Ore Control have good good racials as well. Dude, that's the other thing is Westfall has so many quests that just max out your bags. And when you're first starting out and you can't afford like 10 slaughters or 8 slaughters, doing Westfall with 6 slaughters totally sucks. There's even one of those quests in Westfall that requires you to have 4 open slots just to turn the quest in. Like, lady, I don't want your cooking recipe, your oven mitts, your knife. Hey, just give me the XP. I got other stuff to do. Oof, this guy fell off the Great Lift. Ouch. That was probably the fastest I've ever done this quest. I've been out here in this quest for over an hour before. Oh, I forgot to do Super Reaper. Let's go do that. Super Reaper. Yeah, Westfall Stew requires, I think, 3 different, or maybe it's 4 different quest items. Then at the same time, you got to get Blanchie's Oats. And your bags just end up so full. And then whenever you go to turn it in, it's like, no, you can't accept the quest reward because you don't have 4 open slots. I'm like, who has 4 open slots at this point? Still, nothing beats. There is one quest item in the history of MMORPGs that is so legendary, no video game has ever topped it. And the quest item I'm talking about is in Blackburrow on Classic EverQuest. It's a dungeon full of gnolls. And the highest level gnoll's name is Lord Elknub. And he's a white gnoll. All the other gnolls are like black brownish. And he's up at the top of the zone. And when you kill him, you loot an actual freaking baby. I shit you not. In EverQuest, a baby is a quest item. And you can walk around with it in your bags for years. But when you bring it back to the parents, they sure are happy. The baby doesn't age. Apparently doesn't need fed. I'm assuming he's alive because the parents are stoked as shit to get him back. Ah, shit. I have made an error. I forgot to grab the quest. Angie says it's in EQ Legends now. Baby Martin Sayer should be like a cosmetic pet. Like a mini pet. I couldn't even turn it in because I was on Ixar and they hated Ixar. I'm like, lady, I have your kid. Why are you trying to kill me? You walk into their house, they're like, Ixar, like you have ruined your own lands. Like, what? Don't you want your kid back? I had to wait till I turned in like 300 gnoll teeth. And then I went and turned in the baby. I'm so dumb. I forgot that this quest is inside this hut. I'm reminiscing about baby Martin Sayer and Blackburrow.
Hey, how you doing?
Quest log is full.
Time is money, friend.
I need wool cloth, and this is actually a good spot to get it. But all the mobs are gray now. So it's not really worth sitting here grinding it out. My first aid has fallen behind. Oh, wow. First kill? Oh, wait, it's a 100% drop rate. Never mind. I thought I got lucky.
Yo! What's up? Yo! Hey, how you doing? Keep it real.
Now they want me to go to Ratchet. I don't have the Booty Bay flight path. I don't think I have the Ratchet flight path. I'm a little too low to just run through Stranglethorn. I would probably be fine, but it's hardcore and I don't want to die. Yeah, I've never been to Ratchet. I think I can go... The reason why I'm hesitating is there's guards here. There's PvP mobs here. But I think you can go around up here. Angie says I'm going to try the Burning Crusade version, so it's basically Classic and TBC together. Yes, it is in the TBC expansion, so imagine that like it started in 2024 on Classic, and then they went to TBC in 2025, I think. You will level a little bit faster because they reduce the amount of experience required from 10 to 60, or they made the quests give more experience, one or the other. They compressed the leveling a little bit. They did add more quests in Dustwallow Marsh. So yeah, you should have overall a pretty good time there, and you'll definitely find groups for dungeons. Aw. Chungasaur gave me a hug. Safety brief, she's so cute. She's so little and cute. I really got to be careful with her, because if she dies, it's going to take a little piece of my soul. She's been one of my favorite hardcore characters ever. I do think you still have to feed your pet. I don't think they've changed Hunter that much in TBC. As far as like quality of life. Now, as far as class balance, they got really good in TBC. Like they're top tier DPS, if I remember right. Yeah, I think they still have to do pet food and ammo. I could be wrong. Confession time. I have almost exclusively played vanilla World of Warcraft since like 2012. So I played OG vanilla in 2005, 2006. I didn't start in 04, I started in 05. And then I played through Kata, and when Kata came out, I hated it. And then I found private servers shortly thereafter, and I just started playing like vanilla private servers from then on out. Until Classic 2019. Now here's where we gotta watch out. There's horde mobs up here. So we're gonna go nice and wide around. I mean, they're only level 25, 26. But I get PvP flagged and then somebody ganks me. That would suck. Because you get PvP flagged the moment you aggro a guard. I don't know if they would aggro or not. And then I'm not going to go that way because I'm pretty sure there's guards up there. So we're going to kind of take the long way around here, but I don't think there's guards here. That guy almost gave me a heart attack. I saw that nameplate pop up. This raptor right here, his nameplate popped up, and I was like, oh. Alright, now we should be home free as long as I don't accidentally, like, run straight into the Barrens. Or, I mean, the Crossroads. We gotta watch out for that. We could play it really nice and safe. That's what we're gonna do, because we're hardcore. As in, playing hardcore. I'm not that hardcore that I'm gonna go on a Death Wish run by the by the Crossroads. We're gonna scooch around the side this way. And go by Wailing Caverns. And then head east to the Ratchet. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss the Barrens. I leveled like 5 or 6 characters through the Barrens, all within like 3 weeks of each other. And I never wanted to see the Barrens again, but now I'm like, I kind of miss it. Angie asks, if you ever do a EQP99 stream, would you do another SSF but do the whole world, not just Kunark? That's an awesome question. About 2 years ago, I came up with a solo self-found rule set, and I made a whole YouTube video about it, and I actually fully intended on doing it, and then life got in the way. But the short answer is yes, I would. Continent locked on EQ is not ideal, and I didn't know that really. I kind of knew what I was getting into, but not completely. But what it boiled down to really was by like level 55, I had a grand total of 3 different places that I could solo to make it to level 60. And those places were almost exclusively camped nonstop. Oh, wow. Angie says they watched them all. That makes my heart happy. Thank you for watching them all. It was like probably 90 videos. But yeah, what it boiled down to was I would show up to one camp, it would be camped, I'd get all salty, I'd run to another one, it'd be camped. And I'd spend hours just running around, trying to find somewhere to level up. Now, what I would do, if I did it again, I had this idea, it was called Progressive Solo Self-Found, and basically what it boils down to is you're zone locked until you complete like an achievement, essentially, or you kill a target mob. So I would have to like spend time before I even start playing devising like what are the target mobs, but it would be like Ambassador Divin in Crushbone. It'd be like a high level named mob. Nice, watch them while you're falling asleep. I gotta say, I've learned a lot about how to do audio. So some of the audio in my old videos is like really, really bad. There's been times where I've listened to them and I'm like, oh, that sounded great. And then the very next video, I don't know what I changed, but it sounded terrible. But yeah, basically it's like you kill a target mob and then that allows you to progress to the next zone. And then there was like 3 different points. It was like zone points, gear points, and one other type of point. And I would basically have it up on the screen, like on the stream, saying I have this many zone points, this many gear points. And then I think with gear points, people could actually gift you gear. Because I noticed that a lot of times people wanted to give me stuff. Because I'm streaming and they want to help and they feel invested, but I'd have to tell them no. So I was like, how do I kind of draw the viewer base in and say, yes, I can take something from you. I just can't take like all of the gear you're giving me or you want to give me.
Time is money, friend.
So maybe I'm having a really hard time with one of the target mobs and somebody says, hey, I've got an item for you. I then spend a gear point to get that item.
What's up? Time is money, friend. Be good. Have a good one.
See, this is what I'm talking about. The guy wants me to take a letter. Take a letter back. I just ran here, and now he's like, yeah, now go back with a letter. Top tier quest design, I tell you what. We're going to take advantage of the fact that we're here to go get the Booty Bay flight path. I have tried Quorm. and I wasn't completely against it, but I didn't like how it felt, and I can't put my finger on it, but the way your character moves felt different than it did in P99. Here comes the boat. Yeah, you'll have to let me know how TBC Anniversary treats you. If you end up liking it and getting into it. I almost went Anniversary instead of Hardcore when I got home from my deployment. I really, really like Karazhan. I really, really like the heroic dungeon attunements. I enjoyed that stuff in TBC. And Kara is probably my all-time favorite raid. Kara or Vanilla Naxxramas. I can't really decide between the two. They both feel so epic. Kara was the first ever WoW raid I ever did. I started playing the game in 2005. I didn't like it because I was an EverQuest Andy, and I thought that WoW was too casual. So I didn't really pick the game up again until 2006, and then I was kind of late to getting to level 60. I didn't make it to level 60 during vanilla. I was never max level until TBC. And then I signed up to join the military right as I hit level 70. And I had like 2 weeks before I shipped out to basic training. And I went through the whole grind of normals and heroics and geared up. And then the night, and I wanted to raid really bad. And then the night before I shipped out, I finally got into Karazhan. And it was my first ever raid one night before I left for basic training, where you're like not going to be able to play video games. Your whole life is on lockdown. And we went into Kara. We killed Ataman the Huntsman, no problem. And then we wiped on Morose for like 4 hours straight. And that was my first ever WoW raid. And then I wasn't able to play for like 9 months after that. Because I had all the training and stuff that you got to do whenever you join the military. It's a mage race. Who will blink their way to victory? They must have speed on their boots. They're running way faster than me. You win the race.
Talk to me. Be good. What's on your mind? Off with you.
Yeah, I will be streaming tomorrow, probably in the afternoon. I gotta pack my bag. I've been putting that off. I got my laundry done. That's as far as I've made it. So I'll get up first thing, pack my bag, do all the stuff I gotta do, and then I'll probably hop on in the afternoon. I think while I'm away, I'll try to make some videos if I have time. I had planned on continuing to play World of Warcraft, although I will admit, I've kind of fallen in love with this old game called Icewind Dale recently. And I'm probably going to take time to finish that while I'm out there as well. I'm about halfway through it, I think, right now. It's fun. It's like an old D&D Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, like 2nd edition. It's one of the Infinity Engine games. If you're an old school video game player, you know about them. I did get married. I got married in March of last year. She's out of town right now though. She had something to go take care of. She had a family issue come up. So I actually dropped her off at the airport this morning. Which reminds me, I should check my phone, make sure she's doing okay. Yeah, I got married and then I deployed like 5 days later. And then I got home from that and I left 2 months later for 4 more months. And then got home from that and 2 months later now I'm leaving again, or 3 months later. And then when I get home from this, I gotta move. It's been busy. Thank you for the congratulations. I do appreciate that. No, she's got to stay home. The question was, can my wife go with? She's got to stay home and work. And these are short, like the military considers like less than a year is they're not going to move your dependents with you. So if they keep hitting you with trips that are less than a year, it's like you're just shit out of luck. I remember I found that out the hard way because when I joined the military, of course, your recruiter, right? The guy who's going to tell you everything that you want to hear was like, oh yeah, your wife can go with you to all your training and everything. This was my first wife. And then he's like, just get through basic training and then they'll move her down to, wherever. And I asked about it and they're like, no, we don't do that. Sorry. It's like, oh shit. Okay. Got him. Nice. This priest has got some good gear. A lot of Zulker up gear. That's on Courage. I don't know if that's tier 1 or tier 2. I think it's tier 1. Actually, I don't know. I've never paid attention to priest gear. That's Zul'Gurub, that's Zul'Gurub. I think that's Zul'Gurub. That's CG. Tier 2. This is tier 2. Transcendence. But yeah, just traveling and being away from family is kind of part of the job. I've only got so many years left before I retire, so I'm just doing the best I can with it and trying to enjoy what I can about it. This guy's going, say please, like I'm gonna say please for you to buff me. No, dude. I was trying to be a bro and, you know, I dropped a little arcane intellect. You got a little 7 intellect buff. Angie says, I gotta go fix supper. So nice to see you, and I'm looking forward to new videos. Take care. Be safe when you leave. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out, yeah. Yeah, have a great rest of your evening. Where do we go next? We need to turn in further instructions, but that's like in such an inconvenient spot.
Talk to me.
Ugh, that flight path is terrible. That is awful. Why is it like this? It's gonna fly me down to Theramore, up to Darkshore, down to Astronar. It's like I bought like a budget airline ticket. That flight path is worse than my hairline. I should have asked Angie before she left, like, what are you making for supper? Just because I want to be nosy. I want to know what's on the menu. I pretty much just eat, like, protein bars at night. I think I'm a little bit low level yet to go into the Charred Vale. Like, I could go, but the Charred Vale can get kind of sketchy, and I would rather be a little bit higher. I do need to do the Red Ridge Elite quests. These ones here. Sorry, I gotta turn this music down again. We still have a lot to do in wetlands. Now, I like the idea of doing the Red Ridge Elites. So we're going to do kind of a zigzag. We're going to go to Astronar, turn in this quest, run over, get this flight path here in Ajara, fly to Stone Talon, turn in this quest, and then hearth back to Stormwind and go do Red Ridge Elites. I'm going to take advantage of the flying time to go use the restroom. I will be right back. Wrong one. There we go. All right. Much better. Kind of par for the course when you make a pot of coffee at 5 p.m. and then drink water on top of that. I was just feeling kind of tired. Said I needed some caffeine. I quit energy drinks about 2 months ago. and I felt way better as soon as I did. I was drinking 2-3 monsters a day. And those things, like, they make you feel good for about an hour, and then afterwards you feel like shit. So I cut them out, and as soon as I cut them out, I noticed an immediate difference. Like, I wasn't getting off of work and feeling really drained and run down. I was definitely craving one tonight, though. That's why I made the pot of coffee. I almost went and got one from the store, and I was like, don't do it. You're gonna regret it. Oof, guy lost a level 56. In Sorrow Hill. Isn't that like a level 50? Oh, he's a mage. He was, I guarantee I know what he was doing. He was AoE grinding in Sorrow Hill. He probably got like a Frost Nova resist. That's rough though, all the way to 56. I know AoE grinding is much faster than your standard single target leveling, but you pay for that with the risk that you incur. It's not really a playstyle that I particularly enjoy. I did do it once on one of the private servers. I'm more of a relax and grind out quests kind of dude. I like WoW for the atmosphere, and part of the magic wore off years ago because I've leveled through this game so many times. But hardcore had a way of bringing that magic back because you feel so present. You feel very engaged while you're playing. Because if you die, you're done. And after probably 20 to 25 days of slash played time on hardcore, I'm convinced that this is my favorite way to play World of Warcraft. Did YouTube have a hiccup? Looks like YouTube had a hiccup. Hopefully you guys didn't get disconnected. It wasn't an issue on my end. Now we have to turn around just to fly all the way back to Ashenvale. Because this game is silly. Once I get the Jara flight path, this guy right here, that'll fix that issue. So I posted a YouTube short earlier, and from Restream, which is the streaming platform I use to stream to both Twitch and YouTube. And it asked if I wanted to post it to a video site called Rumble. So I made an account on there and posted it there. I don't know if it did any good that we could see. It seems very, like, revenue focused. Like, when you click analytics, it immediately jumps to how much money you've made.
How may I help? Good luck.
I'm not really sure what Rumble is all about. Maybe I should have researched it before I jumped in and made an account and started posting videos to it, but it's gotten 2 views in the last 2 hours. Well, okay.
Farewell.
That's kind of funny. Not that I really had any expectation for it. I was like, what is Rumble? I don't know. They asked if I wanted to post to it, so I did. Apparently it was founded in 2013 as an alternative to YouTube. It markets itself as a neutral network focused on free speech. So, how do I say this without really sounding too, I'll say this. I love free speech, love the Constitution, proud American. But usually when I see platforms market themselves as, we're all for free speech, to me it's like a code for like, well, what kind of free speech are we talking about here? I'll just put it that way. Usually, I'll just say it attracts a. Typically, when I see those words, I think it attracts a certain type of people that don't usually have good intentions. That's all I have to say about that. Should we stop and kill these guys on our way to Ajara? I think yes. We're going to stop and kill some more furbolgs. We have to kill 10 totemics, 12 warriors, 1 den watcher, and 2 ursas. Looks like there's somebody out here. They beat me to it. They're killing all the furbolgs. Damn, this guy's probably scary as shit if you're a horde out here. Big old giant ancient tree. Oh, they said all you. Oh, we got layered. Freaking layers. Layers should be disabled in hardcore. I will never, ever back down from that opinion. I do not care how many people are out here, how annoying it is. Layers get people killed, and it's scary. Shit, shit, shit. I ass pulled. I'm all disoriented. But we teamed up with a rogue. That should make this quest go nice and safe. Holy auto follow bots. I think I had like 5 players all on auto. Which is totally fine as long as you don't use the input broadcaster, but if you use an input broadcaster, you're technically cheating. I was kind of hoping for more wool cloth out here, but I haven't gotten any wool cloth in a few hours. This rogue is playing like a madman too. He's pulling all kinds of extra stuff, which is fine. He's level 33. So he's not under-leveled for the area. I would be doing the same thing. It actually made me want to check my rogue to see how his rested is doing, but my rogue is only at 26% rested. I really enjoy playing the rogue. It's a really fun class to play. Hey, we got wool cloth. Boom. Wrecked. Oh, now we're getting wool cloth. All you have to do is complain. As soon as you complain, the game goes, okay. Here you go. One thing that I need to prioritize. I need to go back to Elwyn Forest and attack a bunch of, like, boars. And let them beat on me. Because my defense skill is now 18 points below cap. And I don't like having it that low. In hardcore, you really need to keep your defense leveled. Otherwise, when things go to beat on you, they're going to do crushing blows on you. You're going to get smacked really hard. What's up, Kevin? So, Kevin, one of my YouTube viewers was in here earlier. And she said that she has watched every single Mr. Best Friend episode, which I think is super cool. And I was hoping that you guys would be in here at the same time because I was going to ask what she thought of Kevin. But she left. So maybe tomorrow? I want to record your live reaction. How does that happen? Died of fatigue in the Merchant Coast? At level 30? Where is the Merchant Coast? It's in the Barrens? That's a good point. Kevin says you gotta ask when I'm not here so they aren't pressured to say anything nice. Part of the reason why I didn't ask too is it felt kind of weird. Hey, we're all done.
Much appreciated.
Thank you, Soju Go Again. I love your name. Soju Go Again. I didn't realize I have this quest down here, Elemental Bracers, so I'm gonna go do that.
Ishnu Allah, I am honored.
Kevin says, bro died doing that silly quest. What quest is that?
I am honored.
Oh, did you see a death notification? I wasn't paying attention to him.
What brings you here?
Damn it, that's the second time I've done that. This guy said a fellow bald subbed. So his name's Soju Go Again, and I was like, I've never met a civilian that talks about Soju. It's like a military thing. I don't know. I was like, you gotta be military. And my name's Safety Brief, which is also a military thing, right? And I said, yeah, check out my YouTube sometime. And he popped in and said, a fellow bald subbed. It's not really a military thing, but a lot of military people go to Korea and they drink soju excessively while they're out there. And so, like, chances are if I see somebody with the name Soju in the wild, I'm going to think immediately they're in some way connected to the military. That's just my experience. And yeah, it could be exposure too, because I've never lived in like the Northeast where you have like a really heavy... Oh shoot, I forgot about this. Now, sake, yeah, I've met a lot of people that drink sake. I've heard stories of people deploying to Diego Garcia, which is like just a small island out in the Indian Ocean. And apparently, wait, actually, I'm not sure if they drink soju out there. There's some alcohol that they drink out there. I can't remember if it's soju or not. I'm telling stories like George Bush now. There's an old saying in Tennessee. Well, in Texas, maybe Tennessee. Either way, the moment you get off the plane, they're just like throwing alcohol at you and you're getting like messed up from day one. I'm going to play it nice and safe out here because these guys are kind of scary. I do have Escape Artist if I need to get away from the Frost Novas. But if you have multiple engage, they can just Frost Nova you twice. I don't remember if... Oh yeah, Blink will also work as well, so not as bad here. Surprised I didn't get a second one there. Safe is boring. Safe keeps your character alive. Boring is going back to Dunmorrow. Boring is having to kill that guy in the cave in Dunmorrow again. No, Tidris. Oh shit. Oh shit. Do we stand and fight? I'm gonna say no. Oh no, oh no, she's got us. Alright, we're chilling. We're fine. We're maybe not fine. Potioned. Blink's coming up. We're gonna get on to level ground. Here we go. Not exactly a near death, but a little close for comfort. We should eat some clams. It pains me to admit this, but I apparently forgot to grab the quest. Which explains why I wasn't getting drops. Feel free to laugh at me.
Hello. How may I help?
Kevin says, I thought I could solo more Ladem on my pally, but no dice. Did you get away? Or did you die? Pallies have all kinds of abilities to get away, so... Kevin, I was playing Icewind Dale this morning, just off stream, not streaming it, obviously. And the fights get enormous. Like, they have rooms with like 20 enemies in them. I was struggling. I might load it up later and show you, but I got the haste spell on my sorcerer though. And it makes your party move and attack so fast. And Fuge, the berserker, just cuts through enemies with haste. It's pretty impressive to watch him work. You just throw haste and strength on him and let him cook. The problem is the caster mobs. The caster mobs are really hard. They summon, they do hold person. All the priests do hold person and paralyze your characters. Yeah, I really want to play Baldur's Gate 3, but I'm gonna... What the heck? That's such a troll. That person, like, wanted to quit hardcore. Touch Kitty has been slain by a mangy wolf in Elwyn Forest. They were level 60. How the heck? Somebody says dueling. I don't think they died to dueling. Dueling, hacked, or suicide is what somebody's saying. I did watch somebody, like, suicide their entire level 60 roster on Skull Rock one time. They were rage quitting. Somebody said they were pissed off about something that happened in a dungeon or in a raid, and they were rage quitting. They jumped every single character off of Thunder Bluff. It was like 3 or 4 level 60s. Kevin's giving me a fire rotation I need to try. So Fireball, Scorch, Scorch, Fire Blast. I don't know. Let's see, am I downranked on Scorch? That's the highest level I have. I'm not sure if I had a new one that I was supposed to get. I'll definitely pick it up because I do see the value in having fire spells. I am level 27. What level's your mage now, Kevin? There's Tidris, my arch nemesis. Tidris has almost killed me twice. This is 2 times in a row I've almost died to Tidris. It's only because she shows up at the most inconvenient time. Kevin's 36 on the mage, 30 on the pally, almost 31, and 27 on the rogue. How close are we to 2 million? We're not even close to 2 million yet. Experience. I'm at 1.8 million total experience. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, Tidris and Dingus have a lot in common. Both of them are my mortal enemies that either kill me or almost kill me. They're both on an island that's kind of scary. They both swim really fast. I think we found our dingus. For those that don't know, dingus is a dinosaur on EverQuest. A raptor, and whenever I was playing EverQuest, I was solo self-found and trying to find a certain item off of these raptors. And that dinosaur killed me like so many times. It became kind of a meme on the stream. Yeah, I am not having good luck with this. Kevin says, you know what quest has been ridiculously kind to me on all my alts, like 3 to 4 kills? Shoot, if it was Horde side, I would say the Cat's Eye Emerald. But you're on Alliance, so I'm trying to think of the Alliance quests that are single item low drop rates that kind of suck. But none are coming to mind. Oh, the Tower of Ulthalax. The Soul Gem. The one where you have to go inside the tower. That one kind of spooked me out when I did it on my priest. Oh, the Ashenvale part, yeah. I hate that part. Yeah, that's kind of like the Cat's Eye Emerald of Alliance. Dude, this is ridiculous. I am not having a good time here with this. Somebody's spamming to offer a free Wailing Caverns run. I don't know if I would take anybody up on that if I didn't know them personally, or not personally, but like know them very well. Just imagining that's like an easy grief opportunity there. They get you in the dungeon and then they just pull a bunch of stuff and bubble and run out or whatever they gotta do to get you killed. Feign death, I don't know. Jeez, I hate Tidris. This almost feels like a quest you should probably skip on Frost Mage. If you get in trouble, you don't have Frost Nova. You don't have any way to really get away outside of Blink. I think you need 5, and I'm at 3. Total bracers. I am getting defense skill. You can't see it because I hide my chat. So I don't get trolled on stream, but my defense skill has gone up by 3 or 4 since I started, so that's good. Yeah, the Defias Pillager is probably the most deadly mob on hardcore, I would think. We're not really tracking stats like we used to with Deathlog. A lot of people don't use Deathlog anymore. And Deathlog is also easily manipulated. But back whenever you could only track stats, or you could only like do hardcore if you had the Deathlog add-on. I'm pretty sure the Pillager was one of the top player killing mobs. That fireball just hits way too hard. Yeah, you don't have a whole lot to like counteract it. You're only like level 15 whenever you fight them, or 14 whenever you go there. Thank goodness that's over with. Kevin said those satyrs that just got someone would be up there if Teldrassil wasn't so niche. I'm not familiar with any satyrs. Oh, Lord Melanus? You talking about Lord Melanus in the cave outside of what's the name of that village? Whatever this village is here on Teldrassil.
Ishnu Allah. Good luck, friend.
Feel free to browse. Good luck, friend.
I am honored. Ishnu Allah.
Oh yeah, the Light of Elune, let's go. We gotta do this quest. We have to run that way anyway. Minion of Sethir. Let me look into that. Dude, I'm not even familiar with... Oh, they only spawn upon attacking Sethir the Ancient. I don't know if I've ever seen that guy. That's kind of funny. I learn something new about this game almost every time I play it. And especially playing hardcore because I play so many different classes. And I do a lot of the quests that I wouldn't ordinarily do. We are running out of rested on the mage, and my paladin is sitting at almost 90%. Or just hear me out, there's Link. Link has an 89% as well. It's looking pretty juicy. Oh, you did BFD today? I've been kind of slacking on the dungeons.
How may I help? Be careful. What brings you here? Farewell. Feel free to browse. Goddess watch over you.
Kevin said they had a priest queued as healer, but then picked DPS on the relist, and then swapped again back to healer after 5 minutes. Who ended up healing? The healer was dotting everything and mind flaying. I would have been somewhat vocal about that. I would have been displeased. If you have a priest, unless you take someone who is like, I want to heal, like the priest should be healing. And mind soothing all the mobs and insisting on skipping. I'm not really a fan of skipping mobs in dungeons either because of, like, what if you need to run out? What if something goes wrong? Or yeah, what if you have quests? People have drops they need. But just from a risk management standpoint, I've always seen hardcore WoW death videos where groups skip a bunch of mobs and then something bad happens and they've got no options. Well, I think you have every right to be upset, or at least inquisitive, of why the healer is not healing. I mean, it's really good that you jumped in and you did what needed to be done so nobody died, but like, Just imagine if somebody didn't have the initiative to do that. Kevin said her responses were super odd. What were her responses? What are we going to do with you? What did they have, like ChatGPT playing for? Dude, I'm telling you, bots are gonna get to the point where they're like fully playing and interacting with people. Like, that's gonna happen. I had that Discord bot last night join my Twitch, sent me a DM, a friend request in my Discord. Sent me a message on Twitch, joined my Twitch channel Discord, the MMocracy Discord. Friend requested me and DM'd me on Discord. They have a Twitch account with 7,000 followers, but they only had one video up on their Twitch. Shit, we gotta go around. It was extremely creepy. Like, I'm used to the bots that come in and say, you know, AI viewers, click here. But this guy was basically posing as like a real human being. And like found the link to my Discord on my Twitch page. Kevin said another one of her responses to the tank that he is tanking and doesn't think it's necessary to skip mobs was, "There's always one always." I think we should skip the mob. She's here. Yeah, that just sounds totally weird. They probably weren't a bot, but there was probably some sort of language barrier there. And then maybe a lack of experience overall. Kevin says that's why it was weird. She was mind smoothing perfectly. Just being completely frank, I don't think I would take a Shadow Priest. Unless, for DPS unless I had either no option or I knew them and was like cool with them. But if I'm looking at a list of people to invite to BFD, I'm not starting with the Shadow Priest for sure. I think even a good Shadow Priest, I could be wrong, but even a good one at level 30 or 28 or whatever they were isn't going to do that much damage. Jeez. All these enemies coming out of the woodworks. Sorry, somebody asked a question in looking for group, and I won't repeat what I'm saying. Not because I'm saying anything bad, but it's they were wondering if what the, I guess the climate was like in the looking for group channel, and I said just don't stay in it and save yourself the heartache or the sanity. I said I only join it if somebody dies. And I'm curious what happened, like if there's a full group wipe or a level 60 dies to a wolf in Elwyn Forest, which just happened. Hopefully that ends up on Hardcore WoW Moments. Kevin says he has a separate tab for LFG. That's smart. Sorry, I gotta check my phone. I'm not trying to be rude to you guys that are watching. Oh, my wife's out of town, and she just called, so I'm gonna need to call her back. Once I get to this flight path, I gotta take about a 5-minute break. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me about 5 minutes.
Yo! What's up? Keep it real.
Alright, sorry about that. I have to be a supportive husband. My wife is out of town. She had a funeral to go to, and so she was just calling me to tell me about it. And I didn't want to be like, you know, sorry, I'm playing video games online for strangers, and I don't have time for you. Because in the past, I've done that, and I've found that that's generally how you get your wives to not be your wife anymore. Go ahead, ask me if I'm joking. I've grown up a lot, okay? The video games were always there, even when the wives weren't, damn it. It's the only consistent thing in my life. For the love of the game. I love that. There was a clip on Twitch a few years ago where a guy's wife, he was streaming and his wife was just going nuts. She was pissed off about something. Now, granted, this guy was like a full-time streamer. This is probably how he made his living and supported the family. Had several thousands of viewers. And she was like, turn the stream off or I'm leaving. And he looks at the camera and he goes, what do you think, chat? Personally, I don't blame him, because if that's how you support your family, that'd be like my wife showing up to my job and being like, leave right now. Like, I can't leave. Depending on what it is that's going on, right? But my assumption is it was a temper tantrum, not an actual emergency. Otherwise, he probably would have gotten up. Betty Blanco claims another victim. Benny! There are horde here. Can I beat them? Can I beat them to the quest mob? Ah, I can't get him targeted. Flag up, yeah. Sure. Damn, they even skipped the chest. They're on the hunt. Someone asked you if you wanted to mock Garah on your paladin. Did you do it? You said all right, and they said never mind, dude. You know, in my younger years, I was a little bit of a rowdy boy, and one time this old guy got pissed at me at one of the jobs I was working. This is before I had joined the military. And he was yelling at me, and he looked at me, and he said, I ought to take you out back right now and whoop your ass. And I looked at him, and I said, all right, let's go. And I was just completely, like, nonchalant about it. I'm not saying I was like some awesome MMA. I was not good at fighting, really, like, but I wasn't also somebody who ever backed down if somebody, like, I would just get my ass whooped sometimes, but if somebody was like, I'd kick your ass, I'd be like, all right, dude, like, but I wasn't even mad about it. I was just like, okay, I like to fight. You sound like you want to fight, let's fight. And he just looked at me and, like, walked off. It's like, oh, I guess he didn't want to do it that bad. I don't blame him. I was, like, 40 years younger than him. Kevin said he might have that old man hidden dads. He definitely had the old man strength for sure. Cardio matters too, though. People that don't train cardio, they've got like 30 seconds in them, and then they're gassed. Oh man, severe thunderstorms coming. Just got the notification. Kevin said, just looking to connect to Tyson Haymaker in those 30 seconds. Yeah, that's probably your best bet if you don't have good cardio. You just got to get one good one. I've seen fights where people are seemingly losing, and then they just happen to land a lucky one on the jaw, and the fight's over. Reddit keeps suggesting these like fight videos to me. I don't know why. I'm not like on Reddit searching for jiu-jitsu or fights. I think it just must be popular content online. Man, I saw one where this guy like was in a verbal altercation with another guy, and then he cheap shots him and then just proceeds to get absolutely destroyed. It's like, well, if you're gonna swing on somebody who outweighs you by 30 or 40 pounds, you better make sure that you can finish it in one swing. Dude, I've seen videos where people get layered onto stitches, and that shit sucks. Is that guy just gonna stand there and get frostbolted to death? He didn't even fire a single shot. Where is Garenzo? Hey, that's a... That's a vendor. I've never actually paid attention to that. Oh shit, we got Garenzo. That's not good. Okay. We're like trying to... Trying to kite him. Push comes to shove, I can jump off and if it's scuffed, but I think we got it handled. Take that, Garenzo. Garenzo spawned right as I went up there to check out this armor merchant. He just sells a whole suit of... Oh yeah, I forgot about Cone of Cold, thanks, Kevin. Ooh, that was kind of close. I meant to jump onto the ledge and then jump off. Did you like that jump and fire blast though? Man, look at all this floating wreckage. My poor underleveled fishing skill. That was a pretty good fight, got the heart thumping.
Have a good one.
All right. Oh, we gotta do Light of a Loon. Just when I thought I could leave Kalimdor, finally. I need to do Reclaiming Goods. What's the reward for that one? 5 healing potions? Honestly, I shouldn't be even playing at this point. With a severe thunderstorm going on. I should be switching over to, like, my Warlock, who's only level 6. I had said earlier, if I lose Safety Brief, it will take a piece of my soul. I love this character so much. She's so cute and little. We're actually going to do that. I'm having that moment where I'm thinking about it and going, why am I not? Why am I not logging off? I just got a severe thunderstorm warning. A power outage could kill this character immediately.
Hey,
New mana shield, conjure mana agate, new arcane intellect. Oh my gosh. New scorch. Should I get Blizzard rank 2? I don't know if I really need Blizzard rank 2.
you have a great day now.
Yeah, I've only got one. I've got one rank of improved Blizzard just to help. Or like, if I'm in a dungeon and we're trying to run out, but I don't use it out in the open world.
What's on your mind?
First aid is in the middle of Ironforge. I need to go train first aid or see what I'm at. I need to make some more wool bandages until I can get to heavy wool.
Would you like to purchase something? Very well then.
I did get the new arcane intellect. These dwarves are growing mushrooms in here. Those are some big caps. They're gonna get messed up off those shrooms.
Welcome.
Heavy wool bandage is at 115. I'm at 109. I had logged on with the intention of farming a lot of wool cloth, and then I was like, oh, I should do these quests first. And then I just ended up questing all night. That was almost 4 hours ago. Honestly, the power doesn't normally go out during these storms. It's usually the internet. The internet seems to drop every time there's a storm, so if you're looking at me and going, you chicken, you're not playing during a lightning storm, it's been like probably 3 out of the 4 storms that we've had over the last week have knocked the internet out. One knocked the internet out for like 24 hours. I was raging. You used to get refunds for that kind of stuff, and they don't do that anymore that I know of. I used to get like, hey, you didn't have service for 24 hours. Here's a day's worth of refund. They don't really do that anymore. Greedy ass companies.
Hello. See you soon.
The weather's been not conducive for hardcore World of Warcraft lately. We're smack in the middle of monsoon season. We're getting thunderstorms like every night. Oh, you lost power? Kevin said he lost power while he was playing the other day for 15 seconds. Did you... I take it you survived. Oh, remember, I got knocked out too. But I was mining and I was nowhere near an enemy, so I survived as well. Send these bandages off.
Great to meet you. See you soon.
Overall, fairly successful night on the mage. Her rested bar is almost completely gone. So the Paladin is next up in the rotation. He's got 90% rested, but I'm not going to play him during a lightning storm. I don't know why my bars look like this, but they're scary. Oh no, don't fall in there. I'd lose all my mining mats. I don't know what's going on with my bars. There we go. I love that Bartender has profiles and Edit Mode has profiles. It's so convenient now. So now I'm in the process of moving all of my bank alts to Ironforge because Stormwind got mega grief the other night and a bunch of people died. Somebody drugged the mobs from the Onyxia attunement up in the keep down to the trade district and killed a bunch of people. Everyone but Link is welcome. He did his community service. He donated a fifth of his salary to the Dwarven College Fund. Dude, this guy's got a badass sword. Tooth of Aranicus. What a Chad. You like his long johns? My wife keeps talking about Long John Silver's. She was trying to get me to drive like 30 minutes out of my way. Out of our way. To go to Long John Silver's, and I was like, baby, we're not doing that. I'm sorry. Gas prices are too high. Here's the kicker. She doesn't want to go to Long John Silver's for the fish. She doesn't even eat fish. She wants to go there for the chicken. And I'm like, why are we going to drive an hour total to eat chicken that tastes like fish? I could maybe understand if we were going there to eat fish, or she was going to go there to eat fish. She likes the chicken. Kevin asked what's the reason. She likes the chicken from Long John Silver's. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own taste or whatever, but man, that's a tough one. An hour drive total for Long John Silver's in this economy. Kevin says I won't even drive 2 minutes for Long John Silver's. Yeah, I'm not really a huge fan either. Oh man, I got like 4 more to do. I'll do like 1 a day. This is very tedious. Alright, we have this warrior. He's only level 10, and we have a warlock. He's level 6. The warrior has rested. I haven't played this warrior in so long. Let's at least get bags for him.
Inventory is full.
Oh my gosh. I need bags for my bag bank. Bags for the bag bank. Kevin says you also don't need 23 6-slot bags. Good point. I like collecting things. I'm not a hoarder in real life. And the only reason I'm not a hoarder in real life is because I'm a hoarder on World of Warcraft. Where did my bags go? Oh yeah. You could see the look on my face. I'm like, you could hear the dial-up sound. Is there a first aid trainer here? There has to be. Right there.
No. Keep your feet on the ground.
Let's get better bandages. I'm kind of bummed. The last time I played this character was with Kalari. That was quite a while ago. Kalari has passed away. She's no longer with us. In the game, not in real life, thank goodness. I have a very bad track record with warrior and losing them, so I'm gonna need to be careful.
What can I do for you? Safe travels. Watch your back. I have the finest wires in the land. Be good. Here there. How are you? Watch your back.
But we have plenty of quests to do here. Here in Dunmorrow. Hopefully the lightning doesn't knock me out. I have skinning and mining on this warrior. I should have made armor kits before I left, but we'll do that next time we're back in town. As long as you have a good weapon, you do okay on the warrior. It's kind of like playing rogue. What I'm trying to figure out is how you can scan an entire Wendigo in like 3 seconds. I feel like that should take like all day. Maybe not all day, but it's a pretty extensive taxidermy process. I guess we can go inside, but I just get nervous on the warrior because there's not much you can really do when you get in trouble at this level. This is a pretty chill cave, though. Oh shit. Now I got two. I tried to pull one and the warlock tagged it. There's a lot of people in here. Hey, it's a... Oh shit. It's a rare. Got him. Kevin says this cave is the reason light leather auctions for 1 copper more than vendor price. I didn't even get an upgrade off the rare. That would have been funny if I died. Risked my ass for an 8 armor cloak. I've gotten a ton of leather in here. I'm just going to throw it all on my bank. In case I need to level leather working at some point. I already have a leather worker. He's in medium leather now, but you never know. What the hell guild name is this? I want to see what it looks like. Oh my gosh. That is quite the guild tag. The ranks are all WWWs. I just asked, how do I ascend to the rank of MMMMMM? Yeah, it's like 28 guild members.
No. What can I get for you today?
Oh, the name, I don't know how many characters it is. It's a lot.
Keep your feet on the ground. What can I do for you? Be good.
It was obnoxious. Kevin said so many tubes dying tonight. Oh, double shot. They died in one hit. Double kill. Do you know where the term froob came from? Yeah, it was Anarchy Online. I think it was 2005. It was the first subscription-based MMO that went free to play. Way back in 2005, which was pretty much unheard of. Well, it was unheard of at the time. And people would call them froobs because it stood for free and noob. That was the term for all the free-to-play noobs. Oh, it was the same on RuneScape as well. They would call them tubes. What is a tube? Oh, it meant nothing. I actually really liked Anarchy Online. I had a lot of fun with it when it went free to play.
How are you? you soon. Interest ya in a pint? You got my attention.
What's on your mind? Watch your back.
Kevin says there used to be this old RuneScape site back then that made content guides and other user-submitted artwork stuff. Can't remember the name of the site, but they had a poem about tubes. Dude, you just like triggered a memory for me of... Yeah, old sites used to like lean into the roleplay aspect of these games a lot more than we do now. It was really cool. Like, it made these games feel more like worlds and not games. Because I know exactly what you're talking about. There were EverQuest sites that had artwork and poems and songs. There was for multi-user dungeons that I used to play. Same thing. That like early internet MMO era was so fantastic, man. Like, not trying to get all sentimental and cheesy, but like even when I first started playing World of Warcraft with one of my former spouses, we would like send each other in-game mails if we weren't playing together, being like, you know, tonight I ventured into the Barrow Den in the center of Teldrassil. Many victories were had, and my love, I cannot wait to see you again. And like people just gotta like roleplay it a lot more and got into it more. Nobody's doing that shit now. Maybe a few people. I did hear there was a lot of good roleplay going on the Moonguard server, though. I might want to go check that out. We did have some good roleplay when we were doing the MMocracy congressional sessions. That was a lot of fun. Obviously, my time to make content right now is starting to run out because I have to leave. But when I get back, I think we'll kind of gradually ease back into that. I'm not gonna dive in face first, but probably find a way to bring some of that back in a way that's like constructive and fun and feels natural. Yeah, it might be Camelot when I get back. That's a good point. Yeah, the day I have to move. If that happens, I'm gonna die a little inside. Oh, I know. Kevin said it's kind of crazy. That's one of the leaked dates is the day that I'm packing up and leaving for another state. Dude, my phone is blowing up. What's going on? That's good. Kevin said I'll be level 42 by the time you start. You can power level me. You can run me through RFC. I'll be all decked out. If it happens, it happens. I've caught up before. I've done this before. I wasn't even able to play Classic 2019 when it came out. I had to wait a few months. And I had a really good time with it. Rated all 4 tiers. Ended up rating with the Blizzard guys, the developers, which was super badass. Totally, it happened totally by accident. I've told the story a million times. I won't tell it again, but so you can have a fulfilling experience even if you don't start right when it comes out. That is a lie, Kevin. You know it, I know it, the American people know it. Kevin talks about his pink parses and how badass he was. One-shotting clothies with his hunter in PvP. Yeah, you like Jedi mind tricked me into talking about your classic WoW exploits. The modern day Buddha. Kevin's the modern day Buddha, according to one of my stream viewers. There haven't been any Kevin haters yet, so I don't know if anybody will show up. Although there's, now that I'm streaming to YouTube,
What's on your mind? Here there.
there's a whole lot of people that potentially could be Kevin haters. I mean, if somebody said, I love your series, but Kevin never shut up, I would be like, Kevin has been there through the good times and the bad times. He trip sat for me when I did a 24-hour stream and couldn't put a freaking roof on a Valheim house. I remember I was so gassed by the end of that. I was like, I have to play EverQuest because my brain is mush, and I know I could play EverQuest while I'm on like not even actually conscious. All I did was go to the field of bone and kill scorpions. Oh yeah, I forgot about the barb shaman. That was a terrible idea. I made a barb shaman and he couldn't see in the dark, and I was like, what am I doing? Dude, I just got layered. I'm pretty sure I just got layered. Oh no, I think I was mistaking this nameplate. Yeah, the nameplate's being far out now. It's nice, but it's also disorienting. I think you can turn it down though. Do you ever have one of those days where you sit down at your computer and you're like, I'm gonna play a game? And then you look at your Steam library and you look at your desktop and you're just kind of like, ugh, I don't feel like playing anything. That happened to me earlier. Like, I didn't feel like playing WoW. I didn't feel like playing, anything in my Steam library. Did you see that expert back jump, dude? Like a boss. That's okay, it's on the replay. You can rewind it.
Interest you on a pint? How are you? Well met. Safe travels.
Can you hurry up and get to level 40 so you can port me to Darnassus? Like, if you could get to work on that, that would be great. Just great. Yeah, it does get slow. Slows way down. By level 40. Like, you can easily get 2 to 3 levels a night up until about level 30. And after that, it just starts crawling. But by like 35. So I just looked it up. To get to level 60, you need 4 million experience. Almost on the nose. 4,084,000. And I'm at 1.8 million across all my characters. 9 days played. I would not say I'm the most efficient leveler.
Well met. Keep your feet on the ground. Talk to me. You got my attention.
I do pretty good about logging off. I don't leave my characters logged in. Certainly not in hardcore. If it's a softcore, I do, because I don't care. I'm always worried about getting griefed. I've seen hardcore WoW moments, death videos, where somebody took a flight path, AFK'd, sitting at the flight path, AFK whenever they land, and somebody griefs them.
What's on your mind?
Safe travels.
You're up to 133 gold? How did you get to 133? I guess you had like... Was it 70 you sent over? Oh, 34. Yeah, that's pretty good, 100 gold. And you have a paladin, so one of your characters' mounts is taken care of. And you have your warlock, so that's 2. Oh, yeah, that's right. You got the BOE rings. Sorry, I'm scrolling up past all the dumb shit we send each other. 4 gold, 74 silver apiece. $5 gold for that one. I'm at 89. I keep going down. I haven't been posting auctions. Over the last few days, I haven't posted anything, so... And then I bought all that gear for my rogue. Speaking of my rogue... I am gonna make armor kits.
Hey there. Safe travel.
Probably spent 100 gold on just mailing stuff back and forth. I wish I had an add-on to keep track of that. I don't really mind though. I enjoy my digital hoarding. The thing that's cool about hardcore is that you can always lose characters and need to replace them, and so that's why I'm still hanging on to a bunch of light leather and other shit.
Hello. See you around.
Because if I lose my leather worker, I can just power it up again.
Light be with you. Be careful.
Can I help you?
And some of these trade skill mats, they get really expensive later on. Like, I'm not going to want to go buy a ton of medium leather or a ton of heavy leather to power up another leather worker.
Farewell.
What can I do for you? Light bless you.
I think I hear the storm. I'm gonna hide in the leather workshop. I'm gonna go check and see if the storm is blowing around outside. I'll be right back. Yeah, we are definitely in the middle of a lightning storm, and there's like 50-mile-an-hour winds. So I could get disconnected any second, just a heads up. Kevin wants me to play Link. That's my hunter. He hates my hunter. For no particular reason at all. I will add, for the record. Alright, I gotta mail some leather over. I'm gonna make medium armor kits, not little pussy light armor kits.
Need help? Be careful.
Hopefully I don't get knocked off. Mainly what I worry about actually is my my computer being damaged, but I am plugged into a circuit breaker or a surge protector. This rogue is level 19.
Hey there.
For the Alliance.
Help you find something? Have a good one.
Somebody's doing the keep, I think. When Lady Katrana Prestor yells, "Seize him, seize the worthless criminal and his allies," does that mean they're doing the keep? Like the, Oni elites? It's just always good to know when people are doing that now. Because they like to grief, apparently. Let's go shopping for the warrior as well. Buy her a new weapon. Jeez, belts are expensive. Somebody put +1 all resistance on this cloak. Oh, nice. 2 strength, armor +10. I like that. 21 silver. That's good. My poor gold pile. It's all these melees that I'm leveling. Oh, I can't use two-handed swords yet. What the heck? I didn't need to buy these gloves. That's alright. I really didn't need to buy this cloak either. That sucks. It was only 20 silver, so... Put some armor kits on. Feel nice and protected.
You got my attention. Off with you.
I do enjoy playing the warrior in vanilla World of Warcraft, but what I don't enjoy necessarily is playing them in hardcore. Just because of how easy it is for something to go wrong. And you just don't have that many tools to deal with things. At least not at the lower levels.
Hi. Great to meet you. See you soon.
King's honor, friend. The Alliance.
I haven't been spending my talent points either. I'm pretty sure arms is the way to go. Huh, this is saying go 5 out of 5 cruelty. And then go into arms.
Well met. Can I help you?
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
The funny thing is, I played so much warrior in early vanilla and TBC that I still remember all my keybinds, even though I really haven't played warrior ever since. I've always been like, I get one level 60 and that's my character. I don't roll alts. I don't play multiple characters. Hardcore is the first time where I've been this alt focused. I don't even have a main. I'm leveling like every single character right now. And just cycling through rested XP.
Well met.
What's up, dude? You're a pretty badass looking warrior. You shouldn't be hanging out here getting drunk. You should be out killing stuff. Helping the realm.
Light bless you.
That was weird.
Light be with you.
He just like...
Can I help you? What can I do for you?
Am I still online? Okay, it doesn't look like... Looks like I'm still online. I just turned in that quest and he was like, yep, cool. I thought this was like a quest chain. I wonder if it's because of this one.
You need something?
I wonder if it's because I have this warrior quest that it's not giving me. Bartleby. Because I remember this. You have to fight this guy. It's not really worth it. The weapon would be worth it from this quest chain if I was completely broke. So I'm not going to bother. Ooh, man, that wind is blowing hard outside. This area right here will forever remind me of the pet battle stream that we did. The mop pet battle one-off. That was definitely a thing. I was kind of between games. I couldn't figure out what I wanted to play, so I was like, I'm going to play Mop and I'm going to do pet battles. And I did it for like 2 hours and I got extremely bored.
Greetings. Be careful.
Let me mail over some potions.
May this go.
I love Darnassus. A lot of nostalgia for this place, but I especially like that there are literally no dwarves here. It just adds a nice touch.
Can I assist you? Goddess, watch over you.
Alright, we're finally ready. Spent a lot of time doing prep here.
What can I do for you?
Hello. See you later.
Hold up, don't I get defensive stance? When do you get defensive stance? Maybe that's not until later? I thought that was a level 10 thing. That is the Bartleby the Drunk. Alright, we'll do that next time I'm in Stormwind. I'm not going to do it now. That'll just have me running back and forth even more, and I'm kind of getting tired of running around. The reason I was thinking that is that I need to level my weapon skill. And, I was like, that'll be easy. I'll just pop in a defensive stance and not take as much damage, but I don't have it. One of the main differences to me between World of Warcraft Classic and EverQuest, which I've also played a whole lot, is that I don't think there's a single class in World of Warcraft that I don't enjoy playing. Some I enjoy more than others. But you compare that to EverQuest, where there's classes that I'm like, I wouldn't play that class if they paid me to. Like Wizard in EverQuest, no thanks. It's gotta be like the most boring class.
Hey there. Good day to you.
Yeah, Bard, no way. Bard will put you in the hospital. If you're twisting songs, every 3 seconds you're pushing like all these buttons. Yeah, Warrior. Now, Warrior I would play if I had, you know, Uber Gold and I could buy all the cool clickies and the stuff that makes Warrior awesome. But the thing with Warrior and EverQuest is, unless you have the money for it, you're basically playing, yeah, like a class that just auto-attacks. But if you have the money for it, they become like this tricked out war wizard with all these freaking awesome abilities. I forgot I can spam a hamstring. Yeah, Warrior is cool if you have somebody to back you up, like a healer, like Kevin said. And you got all the clickies. You go from being a boring class to an awesome class. But if you just roll into EverQuest and your very first character, you make a warrior, oof, good luck. Untwinked warrior. Even in a group, you're kind of a liability because you can't hold aggro without good weapons. I think the power just flickered. Am I still here? Test eat some bread. Eat some test bread. I need to buy a bow or a throwing weapon too. I haven't trained throwing either. That's the second time Soul Reaper has tried to invite me in the last like 5 minutes. Oof, level 60 just died in Winter Spring. I'm levitating. I have achieved enlightenment. Somebody just died right here. They might not have been on this layer. Trying to figure out if I can do this. Do princess, so each of the... Oh, here. I invite this hunter. Just want pig for my pet. I just got layered because I invited them. Now they're not even here. Oh, there they are. Oh, they want princess for their pet. They don't even... They still have a pet, yet they have to dismiss their old pet. Or not dismiss, but abandon. Oh my gosh. Not joining your fuck-ass guild, dude. Sorry we killed your pet. Is Princess, like, good? I've never really seen anybody trying to tame her before. It doesn't mean it's not possible or a good thing, but... Yeah, it just seemed kind of odd to me. I've never had a hunter be like, somebody help me tame Princess. Well, now they have a bear. I prefer pigs for charge until you can get a vulture. Fucking nerd. Dude was trying to yank that right out from under me. Haha. He just called me a griefing loser. I only did that because he ran up. He said I effing helped you, moron. Okay, dude. You could see that it wasn't tagged. That's my opinion. Unless you don't know, warriors don't swing immediately on a charge. If you didn't, then I'll take the L and I'll say I'm sorry.
What can I do for you?
King's honor, friend. Well met. You need something? Need help?
Yeah, we got the shirt. We got the cool red shirt.
Hey there.
See you around.
Oh shit. These two bars are linked. Bar 1 and bar 7. Oh, it's that stance shit. We'll make battle stance. Yeah, it's such a pain. Yeah, because defensive is now 8. I'm not using... Oh no, I'm using bar 2. Yeah, I need to make a separate profile for warrior. New HC Warrior. Okay. Copy from Brawl Bear. I finally gotten the hang of this. This was like arcane knowledge to me a little while ago. Okay, so now the issue is 7, 8, and 9 are being used for the paging whenever you swap stances. So bar 7 is right here, and normally that's my consumable bar. Bar 9 is here, and I actually don't know why it's a single button. I think that's... Oh, that's my Light of a Loon that I normally have on like a hotkey. So we can definitely use bar 9. Where is 6? 6 is here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The only one I'm not using is page 10. We may not need 5. Just depends. But let's make page 10 battle stance for now. And page 9 defensive stance. And then that way I can keep these bars. I probably won't need this one on warrior though. Normally, like, this is kind of set up for like hunter. This is normally the aspects. Aspect of the monkey, aspect of the hawk, and then I would put my trinkets down here as well. Like the Zandalari hero charm, all that stuff that I'm probably never going to get on hardcore anyway. Because this is normally is my consumables here. Yeah, I set it now so it's 8, 9, 10 for warrior stances. 8 for battle stance, 9 for defensive, 10 for berserker. It was defaulted to 7, but I changed it. You go to bartender, you go to your bar, whatever bar is giving you trouble, and then you click state configuration. And then you can change those stances here. Troll's blood. There we go.
How are you? See you later.
Now we go kill Murlocs. Which I'm like super confused because apparently I did the wood. Dude. Soul Reaper is now my nemesis. Oh man, I started something in general chat. I said, I'm not joining your guild, shit. And somebody else was like, please stop inviting me. Back in my day, we had a copy pasta sent to us with a random invite. Random invite guilds are, like, to me, it's not how you build a community, because you're just randomly bringing in all kinds of people and just seeing what sticks. And a lot of times those guilds turn into Baron's chat the moment you start sending out invites. And it's like, how do you, how do you have like a cohesive value set amongst players if you're just randomly throwing them out everywhere? Like, if I did that, I would be worried that the whole thing would get away from me and like 50 random people are just spamming nonsense or being hateful, or because, you know, people are just kind of generally trolls, I guess, in a lot of these games. Which to me is kind of surprising at this point, because like, how old are we, right? The average age of this game is now 30, probably 5 to 45, somewhere in there. So like, when I run into people that have no social skills, I'm like, oh, your life must be hard. That's how I've kind of changed and developed as a human being, is like 20 years ago, if I ran into somebody in this game and they pissed me off, I'd be like, screw that guy, oh, blah, and just be like just as bad as they are. But now I'm like, man, if this is how you approach the world, like, your life is probably a lot harder than it should be. And I actually empathize, like, I feel bad for you. Kevin said the people that join and stick around at random invite guilds are usually a bit unhinged. Yeah, exactly. It feels like guilds need to develop from a core group of friends. And then you slowly bring in people that it's like, hey, you're cool. You want to come along with us? And then some people identify themselves as, like, not cool later. And you got to deal with that. Heyo, level 12. Dude, that guy's gonna be in trouble. He's out of mana. I'm coming! Tag him. No, don't buff me in the middle of your fight. Kevin says, watch him die. I did watch one guy die, but he was like, I tried to help him initially. He was a hunter and he pulled 3 mobs, right? And I started to help him and I think he killed 1, and then as he was just killing that 1, he ass pulled like 2 more. And he was running around like a total spaz. Like, you know how normally you're just like, you know, auto-shotting, and then you can do like a raptor strike. He had no spatial awareness and was like running into several mobs, and finally I was like, I gotta back off because these things are gonna come after me when he dies, and he's almost certainly gonna die because he didn't even run in the safe direction when he realized that he was in trouble. He ran like just into another pack of mobs, and I was like, oh boy. Like, you know, there's all this safe space over here you could have ran to. It hit the point where I was like, this is a deserved death, and if I don't exit from this, he's gonna just take me down with him, and I can't let somebody else's idiocy take down my character as well. Because he just like ran up and shot at an entire camp of Furbolg. He wasn't even trying to like pick off the ones around the edges. He was like, I'll just grab the guy in the middle that comes with 2 extras, thank you very much. Oh, ass pulled. Oh, okay, I'll run in the unsafe direction now. Kevin says it's what Darwin wrote about. It was, yeah, it was like Darwinism in front of my very eyes.
Well met. Light be with you. For the Alliance.
We burned through that rested way too fast. Now, hopefully we don't get Darwin running through the crossroads over here. The Red Ridge crossroads. Yeah, low level rested is a joke, but I couldn't stand to see it sitting at 100%. It's been there for about a month and a half, so it was time. It was time. Full rested at 6 usually takes 12 minutes, Kevin says. I have... Link is on 90% now. I could play Ulfrigar the Paladin. I think the Lightning Storm is past. Why did... Yeesh, that knoll was kind of close. Oh shit, that spider's close. Let's go kill Belly Grub.
Hey there. Safe travels.
Huh, apparently I can enable... I can enable streaming on Rumble. I don't really know what Rumble is. It looks like it's like a shitty YouTube. Whatever, maybe we'll get some kick level viewers in here. And it'll be a nightmare and I'll just have to turn it off. It seems like kick. Rumble's giving me kick vibes. Kevin said that it's funny how the higher level you get in hardcore, the less and less gear is available on the auction house. I think it's cool. It shows like it makes, I'll just say this. In regular World of Warcraft, where dying doesn't matter other than a run back from the graveyard, it's not special to hit 60. On hardcore, it's still not that special. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say it's like, oh, it's just, geez, you're just the best if you can.
Only the finest.
But it's like decently special to hit 60 versus, at least in comparison to regular, you know, good old-fashioned WoW.
Farewell. What can I do for you? See you around.
You know, it's just more meaningful. Like, it just feels more gratifying when you hit that level, the higher levels. It's not just as simple as I sat in front of a screen, therefore I am level 60. I used to say that about EverQuest, you know. In EQ, when you die, you lose experience, which means that the game like naturally kind of weeds people out that aren't good at it, or at least forces them to get better. Son of a gun. I forgot to train my skills. I don't think it's possible to hear this song and not feel nostalgic.
King's honor, friend.
Yo, overpower and battle shout. Let me go look outside and make sure there's not lightning still going on. I mean, the wind's moving pretty quick, but it's not like crazy clouds overhead, so I think we're okay. Ulfragar, chieftain of the 10 tribes. Bearded man of the north. Look at his little skull lapels. You're not really intimidating anybody with those, buddy. I'm sorry. Why is he breathing so heavy?
What can I do for you? Safe travel.
I should buy him a two-hander. As if I haven't spent enough money tonight on characters, or the last few days. The real meta is getting your bank alts to level 20 so you can have blink, so you can get to the AH faster. Ooh, imagine this. Dude, level 29, just smoking shit with that. $9 gold, 44 silver. I mean, shoot, the next one down is 3 gold, 99 silver. You're right, though. It seems to drop off about level 30 all of a sudden. All the gear is like, one, it's really expensive, and two, there's way less of it. Kevin says all the best two-handers are from dungeons or quests. Yeah, that's a good point. I used to do this all the time. I would go look at Wowhead. And I would find quests to do. And that's what I'm doing right now. Manual crop pummeler. That would be really nice. Two-handed swords. Yeah, Archeus would be alright. That's a level... Item level 35, requires level 28. Whatever. I could come back from this trip and Classic Plus could be out. So we're gonna do it. The only thing that sucks is I gotta wait a whole level to use it. I better not die. I know my poor gold stack's down to 75. It was at 100. I've spent 25 gold on gear in the last few days. Not that that's actually a lot, but it's a lot to me right now. Imagine eventually if I get multiple level 60s, it's not going to be an issue, but it's all part of the fun, right? Apparently I still need to kill the champions. We'll go to Duskwood. There's plenty of undead to kill there. Dude, I love that you can cast this while you're running. Freaking best item in the game. You know, I just had a thought. Oh, the wandering spirits, are they only in the graveyard? In Duskwood? Because if I'm throwing down consecrates, apparently, yeah, they're only at Raven Hill. That was really weird. Right here is considered arrested. And I'm not inside the inn. Wonder if there's other inns that are like that, or if it's just this one. Wonder if you camp. Yeah, it logs you out immediately. I thought maybe it was just a visual. Sorry, camp is boomer speak. Boomer EverQuest player speak for
Need help?
/quit.
Well met. Greetings. King's honor, friend. Be careful. Well met. Have a good one.
What can I do for you? Need something? See you later.
Well, that's convenient. I dropped a bunch of quests, and I no longer have those quest items. They were all gray.
King's honor, friend.
Light be with you. You need something? Safe travels. Need help? Light bless you. Go with honor, friend. Hey there. See you around.
I'm not going to take all the quests that take me over to Raven Hill, because I'm not going that way yet. I've never gone in this house. Must just be here for looks. Judging by what I've seen, kind of adding to my previous assessment of the food supply of Stormwind, I think the people of Stormwind eat a lot of pumpkins. That seems to be the only successful farms anywhere near Stormwind. Yeah, pumpkins and grapes. What a terrible diet. Imagine you sit down for dinner and your wife's like, okay, honey, I've made grape juice with fried pumpkins and with a side of baked pumpkin. We have a light pumpkin seed appetizer. I don't think that lady with the apples is feeding the whole city. If her name is her name Granny Smith? Oh, I thought you were serious. No, I don't know, Kevin. Kevin asked, do you think the Master of Cheese is keeping the city fed? And I don't think cheese is his real priority, for one, and two, it seems like a specialty type of good. Which does beg the question, like, where are they getting the dairy? I don't see a whole lot of dairy cows. Not like an industrial-sized dairy farm anywhere near Stormwind. Yeah, there are a lot of loose cows in Elwyn. But that's not efficient for, like, dairy production. If those cows are domesticated, which they seem domesticated, why are they just left to run around Elwyn Forest? Dude, the WMWM guild is taking off. I mean, it's kind of funny. Sorry, I'm being kind of boring. I've gotten quiet. I guess I just ran out of stuff to say. I find it interesting that you see outhouses out in the open world, but nowhere in Stormwind do you see a bathroom. And that makes me... I was already scared of falling in the canals, but that makes me even more scared to fall in the canals. Because now I know what's going in the canals. Everybody's doo-doo. I need to work on Ulfrigar's engineering as well. Oh wait, he's at 91. Can't you use target dummies at 85? I probably just haven't made any. It's a lot to keep up with, having this many characters. I like it though. I feel like I'm the World of Warcraft version of the Waltons. You know, when all my characters go to bed, they're like, "Good night, Ulfrigar. Good night, Pigtails. Good night, Safety Brief. Good night, Emmamocracy. Good night, Emmamocracy 2. Nobody says goodnight to Link, though. Also, if you're under the age of 40, that joke probably flew, like, right over your head. And I'm not judging you for that, but I'm just old. So, Kevin, do you got any big plans for the weekend? You gonna take your lady out for a fancy Italian dinner? Gonna buy her a bottle of wine? You guys gonna cruise the hillside in your Ferrari? Do you have a Ferrari? I think you have a Ferrari. You work in finance. It'd be really funny if Kevin drove like a minivan, like a busted down 1994 Chrysler. It's like overheating. Kevin, have you ever seen you've seen Office Space, right? You know the character Michael Bolton at the very beginning when he's in his like little sedan and he's sitting in traffic and he's like rapping and acting all hard, and then a black dude walks up and he like turns it down as he walks by, and then as soon as he walks past, he's like cranks it back up. Is that you? That movie's such a classic. Kevin wants to know what kind of weird perception of him I have in his head. In my head, I don't know. It's a lot of different things. I'm probably way off in a lot of ways. Oh my gosh, the trees. I couldn't see through the trees. Yeah, I suppose it is coming up on football season, isn't it? It's August, preseason probably. Has it started or it's about to start? Are you a Giants fan? First preseason game just happened. Man, I haven't watched football in like 10 or 11 years. ...2015, I think. Last time I really watched. You're a Colts fan. Kevin, how does that happen? I mean, everybody can choose the team they want, but usually people are fans of, I guess if you like grew up somewhere else and then you moved, I've seen that. But you have teams there. Oh, your dad's one. That makes sense. The Colts were fun to watch when they had Peyton Manning. My dad is a Vikings fan, and I suppose that makes me one too, but I don't really watch football. I do have some very fond memories of watching the Vikings back in the 90s when they were like really, really good. Although they biffed it. They kept choking right before the Super Bowl. And then it was like again in what, 2010, they were going to go to the Super Bowl, and then with Brett Favre, and then they biffed it then too.
Hello. What can I do for you? Hello. Can I help you?
Maybe it was 2011.
Be careful.
Yep, classic Vikings. It's like they don't want to ever win a Super Bowl, do they?
Help you find something? Farewell.
Excuse me. Kevin says they now had one of the best wide receivers in the game for 5 years and still can't figure it out. I don't even know who that person is. let their quarterback walk for a rookie who looked bad while he went to Seattle and won a Super Bowl. That's why I like the Tampa Bay Rays in baseball, because their front office has their shit figured out. And they find a way to like win games on a shoestring budget because they know what they're doing. I have a lot of respect for that. Small market team in a big division figuring it out. These ghouls are kind of... I need to go do the ghouls over here. These guys are kind of tough. Does Adrian Peterson still play? I mean, that's how old I am. I don't think he probably plays anymore. He's got to be all beat up and old now like me. More beat up than me, obviously. I do feel pretty beat up, though. Running backs, yeah, they don't make it that long. I don't know why I even asked that question. I knew the answer. I just wanted to bring up Adrian Peterson. He was fun to watch. Yeah, he was good. Alright, we're going all in. Here we go. Oh, jeez. Oh, my. I'm taking a lot of damage. Shit, I should have cast Consecrate before I did this. Yep, I know next to nothing about who's in the league. I actually know nothing. I don't think I could name a single NFL player right now if I wanted to. I might be able to get somebody that's really old and sitting on a bench somewhere, you know, like third string. Joe Flacco still plays? No way. What is he, like third string for the San Diego Chargers or something? I don't even know what teams are good or bad. I remember a while ago the Chargers were bad. I don't think they're bad. They might not be bad anymore. The Browns. Are the Browns ever good? I don't think the Browns have ever been good. Oh, I called it. Kevin said he's a backup for the Browns. Dude, that's got to be a sweet gig. Like, you just show up to practice, you know, have a good time. I'm sure all the young guys probably look up to you, even though you're not playing that much anymore because, like, you did do shit. You just can't do it anymore because you're too fucking old. I know that feeling. I used to be able to run a 5-minute mile. It was good for me. I know it's not that impressive. It was like a 5:30. Now I'm out there sucking wind if I run an 8-minute mile. I think that whatever shit I got when I was so sick back in June, that stuff messed me up, man. I'm still feeling it. Aaron Rodgers still plays too. Is he still good? Aaron Rodgers seems like he might still be good. He was like Brett Favre 2.0. Brett Favre was good all the way up till the end. That dude didn't sit the bench, man. He played like, he played hard. He was beat the freak up too. Did Tom Brady ever make a comeback? I remember he was like, I'm coming back. I mean, there's no way he can do it now, but I think he had said he was coming back. I think that guy's a robot. I honestly couldn't tell you when the last time I saw him play was. The last year that I remember actually following football was the year that the Seahawks threw an interception on like the last play of the game where they were within scoring. They were like, you know, 3 yards from a touchdown that would win the game. And I think it was Russell Wilson. And I don't really blame Russell Wilson that much because I think that was just a bad play to call. Because if I remember right, they had a running back that was just a tank. He was just an enormous guy that probably could have just beefcaked. Yeah, Marshawn Lynch. I didn't want to say it because I was pretty sure it was him, but I didn't want to sound dumb if it wasn't him. That dude could have just beefcaked his way right into the end zone and they could have won the game, and instead they threw it. And I was like, why are... Like, I remember even whenever I saw the snap and they didn't hand it off to Lynch, I was like, no, like, what are you doing? Before the interception even happened, I was like, this looks bad. And then it happened, and I was like, okay, one, I'm not a fan of either of these teams. Now that I'm not a fan, I don't care, like, who wins. So it was, like, a great way to finish the Super Bowl. So, like, I won. The fans won that night. But I felt bad for the Seahawks and the Seahawks fans. Kevin says Brady retired and then unretired like a month later to play one last season with Tampa Bay. I do briefly remember hearing something about that. I mean, that's tough to come back like that. And then you go play for the Bucks. Like, whatever happened to Jameis Winston? He played for the Bucks, right? Dude, I used to be huge into sports. Like, I would listen to. Oh, Brady won a Super Bowl with the Bucks. Okay. Yeah, I would listen to ESPN radio like every day on my way to and from work. Like, I was all about it. Oh, that's cool. Winston still plays. I never really had anything against that guy. I think some people said he was kind of an ass when he played for FSU. Oh, that's cool. He was covering the World Cup. Good for him, dude. I like to see these players that come out and they find a way to live life after the game, right? Because like there's others that don't. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. He was like one of the biggest flops. I could just like Google it real quick. Biggest draft flops in NFL history. And I think the guy's got like Ryan Leaf. He's got like freaking felonies, I think, now. He looks better. He's got a picture of him in a suit and tie. Completed his degree. Yeah, he had drug problems. Unfortunate. I mean, I can empathize. Like, oh, it was him versus Peyton Manning in the draft. Yeah, Ryan Leaf. I think I watched a body cam, or I can't remember. Maybe I just read the full Wikipedia one night when I couldn't sleep. I tend to do that. Oh, that's cool. He got his life right. There we go. I like to hear a good redemption story. What happened to Jamarcus Russell? Is he just like... Okay, apparently in June 2022, he wrote a personal essay for a publication titled "Y'all Don't Know a Damn Thing About Jamarcus Russell." Okay, in 2024, he was facing a lawsuit in which he was accused of taking a $74,000 check that was meant for a high school football program. And he got fired from being a high school football coach. Okay, he's not doing good. Hopefully he gets better.
Good day to you. Hey there. See you around.
Yeah, my football knowledge is like the 1990s and the 2010s, and not a whole lot in between, or really a whole lot before or after. A little bit more before, like I'm familiar with the old greats, you know, the Roger Staubachs, the Bart Starrs, and so on, but the Terry Bradshaws of the world. I'm surprised I was able to bust those names out as effortlessly as I did.
Light be with you. Well met. Be careful.
I always thought these grave robbers were a really nice touch in the Ravenhill Cemetery. But they don't do anything with them. They're not involved in any quests that I know of. They may be, but I don't think so. And it would be really cool if in Classic Plus they do something with those guys. Kevin says, I know way too much about football. I'm in some fantasy football leagues that seasoned players think are too hardcore. I didn't even know there was... I guess it makes sense, but I had never thought about there being different levels of fantasy leagues. But I suppose you get good enough at it, and like me, for example, I would just be like, I don't know, that guy's got a cool name. I don't know the first thing about picking a player. I could probably figure it out. I could watch some YouTube videos. I wouldn't be a complete idiot about it, but... Kevin says I'm in one where it's only defensive players, and in another when your team and draft picks stay consistent year after year. And you draft the rookie players to your team. So you're like playing a simulator at that point. I just remember being a kid, and the first time I had heard fantasy football was I had these shareware CDs. So quick history lesson, not to insult anybody's intelligence, but just so we're all on the same page. Shareware was a software model where software developers would provide essentially demos of their products that you could share, and it was free. And how it worked was you would get like the first episode of a video game, and then if you liked it, you would call a number, literally pick up the phone, dial a 1-800 number, and give them your address and order it. You know, you would order, or you'd mail in an order form, and they would send you episode 2 and episode 3. And like a lot of games were like that back in the 90s. Wolfenstein, Duke Nukem, even Doom, I think, was shareware. And they would make these big CD compilations of a whole bunch of shareware games. And on there was some like fantasy football. It was all kinds of stuff on those CDs, like D&D character sheets and you know, lists of songs and just whatever people would cram on there that wasn't just video games. But on the CD that I had, or one of them, there was a fantasy football tool. And how it worked was you had to like install it. So you'd open up the CD and it would pop up a GUI, a graphical user interface that had all the different software on it. And then you would be like, install that one. And then it would run like basically a WinZip type program to unzip the program into your hard drive. And I installed the fantasy football tool thinking, in my mind, fantasy, like World of Warcraft, or at that time, like, I don't know, role-playing game stuff. Football. And in my mind, it was like a football game with elves and orcs and footmen and all that. And I was pretty disappointed when I opened it up and it was just like a bunch of characters or player stats. And I think I even asked my dad, I was like, Dad, what's fantasy football? Yeah, FF7, Fantasy Football 7. That's exactly what yeah, Final Fantasy Football was what I was thinking. I think my dad explained it like, essentially it is like he said it was like a board game, but for real football. There was entire role-playing game rule sets in there on that CD, which I thought was cool as hell. And so I would, whenever I found one, I would rush off to the printer and print off the entire freaking rule book on like Notepad, you know, notepad.exe was basically, it looked, you know, with a terminal font, just super basic, no graphics. And I would print it off and then try to get my friends to play these different role-playing games with me. And there was one, I still remember it was called AmeriChaos 1999. And it's got to be the most obscure fantasy, like, or role-playing game I've ever seen or heard of. It's kind of like Mercenaries of Estonia in tabletop role-playing game form. And the whole point of the game was it was a post-apocalyptic kind of Mad Max feel to it with biker gangs that were all hopped up on speed or whatever, but the speed turned them into basically like orcs. So if you were in a biker gang and you took this drug, you became like an orc and the whole world had been, you know, destroyed. I did manage to get my friends to play it with me one time, but we never played it again. We were probably doing it all wrong too, because we were a bunch of dumb kids. There was another one that was really cool where they basically took all of the Final Fantasies, all the different classes that were in every Final Fantasy, all the different races, and smashed them all into one tabletop rule set. And we did actually have fun with that one. We played that one a few times. But the funniest thing I probably did like that was we had the game Mech Warrior 2. It's a PC Mech Warrior game. 3D shooter type game. It was based off the BattleTech rule set. I didn't even know what BattleTech was. BattleTech is a tabletop game. In the back of the Mech Warrior 2 manual, they had all the stats for all the mechs. And I looked at it and I went, man, this would make a great tabletop game. And I reverse engineered all of the stats from the back of the manual into sheets. And then used my own miniatures, which weren't actually miniatures. They were more like toys. Whatever toys I had that could serve as mechs And then I made my own grid paper with a ruler and notebook paper. And then started drawing, like, you know, hills and rivers and trees and shit. And basically reverse engineered the game manual for MechWarrior 2 into Battletech without realizing that it was already a thing. We were like those kids on the playground. We were the weird kids. Everybody else was playing Sonic the Hedgehog and Super Mario, and I was like, have you guys heard of MechWarrior? Kevin says you don't say. Yeah, it all fits, right? We would like go in the woods. I'm surprised I didn't get in trouble for this. So like we would go in the woods and there was a road behind my house. So my house sat up against a hillside, really steep hillside. But if you climbed up that hillside, it was just like woods back there. But there was an access road for a radio tower. And they had marked off the road with a bunch of stakes. The stakes were about 4, maybe 5 feet long, about 3 inches wide. And we would steal those stakes and then use them as swords. And then a buddy of mine got flagpoles, wooden flagpoles, and we used those as spears. We'd like go back in the woods and have like our own like LARPing D&D battle arena. We like chase each other through the woods. Honestly, it was a pretty badass childhood, thinking back on it. I wasn't just stuck inside all the time. I was out running around in the woods. I was still being a nerd. Just a, you know, an outdoors physical nerd. Kevin says we used to do that until our friend Mike got his eyelid slit open. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody got hurt. Although there was this one time, one of my buddies got ninja stars and he threw the ninja star into one of our friend's eyes and then he ran around the town looking like a dog. And then it ended up on the news and we got in trouble. No, I'm just kidding. That was a South Park episode. Kevin says, dude, my mom was so mad at me. Yeah, my childhood was like a really cool mix of doing nerd shit, but doing it outside. So it wasn't like we were just inside with controllers in our hands all day long. Oh shit, Kevin said he had to get his eyelid stitched. It was just hanging. He's lucky. Yeah, he's lucky he still has his eye. Were you guys using like real swords or were you using sticks or something? So underneath my porch was like a, just imagine like a 3-foot by 6-foot cubby for putting lawn equipment, right? We turned that, we called it the armory. Like instead of weed eaters and clippers and stuff hanging up in there. We hung up like swords and spears and shit. It was actually really cool. There's more Ladem. I'm gonna go this way. Plus, once I got a little bit older, we were like pretty broke through most of my childhood. We weren't like power getting shut off or anything, but we definitely weren't doing great. A lot of ramen noodles and spaghetti, just basic food, you know? And then all of a sudden, my dad got this really good job, and it took off. It's like right place, right time kind of deal. And the first thing he did was like, we're buying dirt bikes. And we went down to the dirt bike place, and he bought me a dirt bike. He bought my sister a dirt bike. He bought my mom a quad. He got an endo bike. One that was like street legal. And we turned into like a dirt bike family. And he bought a camper. But it was cool because it happened just late enough in my childhood where I was able to appreciate it. It wasn't like, oh, we've always had these nice things. Thanks for letting me reminisce. I had a pretty good time as a kid. There were good times and bad times. But overall, pretty good. Things kind of went off the rails when I turned 18. Like really, really went off the rails. But there was a good few years in there. Kevin says, I got away with like 96% of my dumbassery. Me too, dude. I felt like we were dumb, but we were smart about it, if that makes sense. Like, we were smart enough to know that we were doing dumb shit and not to be extra dumb about it to get caught. Probably about the worst thing, well, I got into like a fight. It wasn't really a fight. we had these two dudes were like kind of, I guess you could say cyberbullying. We didn't have a term for it back then. And me and my buddy didn't really take too kindly to it, so like we just went after him in the lunchroom one day. And that cost a little bit of money because there were some medical bills and all that involved. That was probably about the worst thing that I had to deal with. My parents actually weren't even really mad at me though. Like I showed them the chat logs and they were like, dude, I'd have kicked his ass too. Kevin says I actually just told my parents about one of the things I got away with. What did you get away with? So I had this thing happen once when I was 18 where we were at a house party and we were drinking underage. And we decided we were going to go to breakfast. And we did have a sober driver. Like the person driving was completely sober, not a big deal. But we got pulled over for a taillight being out. And they were like, dude, you guys are all drunk and you're all underage. And so I got like a ticket for it. And I was about to fly out and leave for Florida like the next day or two. It was like 2 days later. And I went to court and they took my driver's license and I had to pay $100. And then as I'm walking out of court, my mom is like walking into the courthouse. And I'm like, oh shit, hey mom. And she's like, wait here. And she went in and she talked to the judge. And the judge then called me back in and she's like, hey, I understand you're leaving town. Don't do this shit again, but you need your ID to fly out. So here you go. And they even gave me my $100 back. And the lady was like, if I see you in here again, I'm going to just, absolutely body slam you. I was like, okay, got it. The judge said that. But it was like completely just reversed. It was like stricken from the record. There's no record of it. I even tried to find it. Because I had to apply to like join the military and I'm like, they're going to find out about this and I better let them know. And there's no record whatsoever of it. So I'm like, okay. Fair enough. Kevin says blowing up an abandoned car on what we thought was a vacant lot. Blowing up? You blew up a car? It was all over the local newspaper and the news a couple days later. So, I got a funny story like that. It wasn't me though. So, a long time ago, I was in speech and debate. I was a debate nerd. And we were a pretty tight group in the old speech and debate club. Oh shit, I should not have consecrated. What if I get one of those spirits? Yep, don't do that again. One of our buddies comes up to us and he goes at the lunchroom and he goes, hey man, hey guys, I got a situation, I need to ask your advice. There was a kid who was kind of picked on, kind of a nerd, didn't have a lot of friends, pretty sad, right? He confided in our buddy because he thought they were like best friends because he just showed him like basic human respect. He told him that over the weekend they found a bulldozer with the keys in it. They jumped in the bulldozer, they were out in the woods, and they bulldozed a freaking house. Like a cabin, like a family summer cabin. And my buddy was like, what do I do? Like, somebody's cabin got legitimately bulldozed by these kids. It was him and another guy. And we were like, dude, you gotta tell somebody. like you can't hold on to this. He's like, yeah, but he told me it in confidence. You know, he was having like a moral dilemma. He's like, he told me it in confidence and he thinks I'm his friend. And I was like, look, man, like, you don't want to hang on to this. This is bad. Somebody's going to figure it out eventually. So he goes to our English teacher, and the English teacher contacts the authorities, and they come up with a plan where they because if this kid comes clean, it looks better and he's not going to get in as much trouble. So they wanted to give him that opportunity. So we go into English class the next morning, and she's put it ended up in the newspaper. That's what triggered my memory. Just like your situation, it ended up in the newspaper, and it's on the front page, and it's a picture of this house that's been completely bulldozed with like a picture next to it of what it used to look like, and the family talking about how they used to spend their summers there, and their grandpa built it with his bare hands before he passed away, and it's been passed down through the family, blah, blah, blah. Sob story stuff. And the teacher's like, everybody read this story, and we all read it, and then once we're done, she's like, so how does that make you guys feel? And we're all like, that's sad, and I knew exactly what was going on. Nobody else in the class knew, except for maybe like one or two other people that were in on the original discussion. And the kid was in there, and he didn't say a word. And we were figuring, like, maybe he would be like, Miss So-and-so, can I talk to you? Nope, nothing. So he got arrested. And I felt really bad because they were not well off at all. And his dad worked as like a parking garage attendant, probably made minimum wage. Not a good situation financially, and now they have probably hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Kevin said, well, like, bro, why are we bulldozing entire houses? And then telling people, yeah, I would have not told anybody, because it even said in the freaking article, it said authorities are baffled. They had no leads. They had no clue. That kid could have got off scot-free. They never would have found out. Yeah, I'm trying to think, Kevin. I've probably got a story or two deep in the memory banks that I'm like, probably haven't told anybody and never will. I can't really think of anything, actually. I'm sure there's something. Yeah, I'm sure you're past the statute of limitations for anything dumbassery that you did at that point. What's up, Skyless? Skyless Raven on YouTube. Would you look at that? The YouTube side of the stream was popping today. Obviously, it's quieted down way a lot, but it was like at 38 or 39 viewers. I was like, no freaking way. That was pretty cool. Nobody subbed though, so I'm like, they're not gonna come back. But it was popping off. Kevin said I liked fire a bit too much when I was younger. My parents were kind of concerned. Yeah, I used to do this thing where we would think it was funny to light pieces of paper on fire and throw them out the window into the snow. And then my parents were like, hey, you know, if that doesn't get in the snow and it gets into something flammable, you're going to burn our whole fucking house down. It's like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, stop lighting shit on fire and throwing it out the window. Back then, though, that was what being a kid was all about. Like, you know, these days, maybe it's a good thing. I don't know. It feels like they're all just inside playing Roblox. I know I'm inside playing World of Warcraft, but damn it, I earned it. I've lived in a tent and shit in a trailer in Somalia all summer before. Actually, it was the winter. It was beautiful. The weather was fucking beautiful. It wasn't even hot. Kevin says that was very boomer of you. I'm just saying, like, the kids these days, okay, I get it. I know what I'm doing. I'm self-aware. It's probably a good thing that they're not out causing havoc, although some of them are. I've seen it's mainly like kids in the city now. But they do crazy shit. Like I never would have. They like, hey everybody, go to Walgreens at 10 p.m. tonight, and we're just gonna like go in there and smash the place and take shit. And I'm like, that's honestly, even the bulldoze thing seems like it's probably on this. It's like higher, but it's also I don't know, just like at least it was in secret. They thought it was in secret. I don't know. I'm not defending it, but versus completely just terrorizing a store. Like imagine you work at one of those stores. You're probably freaked out. Yeah, I don't know. Like when I was a kid, we would leave the house at 8 or 9 in the morning, and sometimes I wouldn't even go home until 8 or 9 at night. And I definitely sound like a boomer right now. Like we didn't come back till the streetlights were on. But the point I'm trying to make is like, yeah, we caused some trouble. We did some dumbass shit, but we also learned how to be independent. You know, when you're out in the woods by yourself and there's no one around to help if something goes wrong like that, that bolsters your confidence. I used to jump on my dirt bike and leave, and I would go like 30, 40, 50 miles away at 14 years old on dirt and gravel roads just out in the mountains. Kevin said the world was less scary too. Yeah. I think we... Oh shit. We're just gonna boogie out on this one, Rick. Not a huge fan of what's going on right now. I think we're gonna be okay. Cheat. We still got divine protection. Oh, turn off auto attack, you idiot. We may... No, we're good. I mean, there was bad people doing bad shit. Look at all the cold cases, you know, missing kids from the 80s, from the 90s, but I think we just weren't as aware. Yeah, I learned my lesson there. These guys pulled right out of that barn. I gotta piss so bad. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go take a piss. It's clouding my judgment. I gotta grab a water too. It's already midnight. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'll be right back. Man, tomorrow is my last day back. Last day home. I don't want to leave. Excuse me. Okay, we were gonna try to go up here. I don't think I can make it though. We just scooch by. There's the dirt there. Perfect. Great success. Oh man, now I gotta run all the way back to Sven. Can't wait to ride around on my badass flaming horse. We had this, like, speaking of just going back to reminiscing because it's fun. We had this trail near where I grew up. It was like a 100-mile trail. And segments of it went right through town. And we would just go out on that and ride our bikes. We go, you know, 3, 4, or 5 miles away at like 8 years old. And yeah, now it's like, dude, I would not want my kids doing that, right? Oh man, I should have done the jumpy. This sucks because you can't really see what's in front of you. You can't see where you're going. Yeah, summertime was the best, dude. Like, Kevin said I lived on my bike for like 5 straight summers. It was like, wake up, eat a bowl of cereal, and then jump on your bike and just go. You call your buds, you know, hey, let's meet up at the park. And then every day was like a sandbox. Like, are we going to go out on the trail? Are we going to go, you know, hang out at the park? Are we going to go to this guy's house, that guy's house? That was the era of showing up unannounced. Nobody fucking does that anymore. If you show up unannounced to somebody's house, you are like, dude, it's like, what is wrong with you, right? Back then, be like, grandma and grandpa are here, just out of the blue. Like, hey, we were just in town. Oh, cool, my uncle, my aunt are here. Or we go to like our buddy's house, knock on the door. Hey, can we, can so-and-so come out and play? I guess kids do still kind of do that. My kids had friends that would do that in the neighborhood, so it still kind of happens. But they were like 2 houses down, not across town. Yeah, we didn't have a movie theater in my town either. You had to go
Well met. Light bless you.
quite a ways. You couldn't ride your bike that far. I mean, you could, but it would take you half a day. We had one stoplight, one Burger King. Then in like 1998, they put in a Subway. And that was like a really big deal. There was a library, a park. There's quite a few parks actually, but the only one that was like really good was in the center of town. It's funny because I go back there now and I'm like, dude, this place is so small. It did not feel this small when I was a kid. It's kind of like playing World of Warcraft if you think about it. The first time I traveled the Stormwind, I ran up from Booty Bay. I took the boat. I ran to Ratchet, got the boat to Booty Bay, ran up from Booty Bay to Stormwind. And it just felt like this epic journey. And now I'm just like, oh, geez, come on. EverQuest too. EverQuest felt so huge when I was a kid. And now when I look at the zone connection chart, I'm like, dude, it's like there's only like 20 zones in the whole game. There's more than that, but not really that many. So I gotta hit 29 tonight so I can equip that baller two-handed mace that I paid way too much money for. I've thought about, Kevin asked, are you going to respec? I've thought about it, but I'm kind of on the fence. I may just use it as a two-hander and still keep the holy tree stuff that I have. How do you feel about retribution? Is it like really worth it? Get more might. More attack power. More judgments. Critical strike. Oh, what am I doing? I've been sitting on these talent points. What's wrong with me? Yeah, I pulled it up, but I had to check.
Greetings. Light be with you. Well met. King's honor. You need something? Need help? Farewell. Light be with you. Light bless you.
Thanks, buddy.
Can I help you? Well met. See you around.
How are you? What can I do for you? Safe travels.
Okay, I got one more quest to turn in. I was like, come on. Oh, wait, this is just the... This one will level me, though. I'm 25 point XP away.
What can I do for you? Greetings. Hey there.
That's a good point. I forgot about Pursuit of Justice.
Be careful.
Looking for something specific?
Jeez, my bags are a nightmare. Dude, 3 agility, 4 stamina ring. That's gonna sell for some money.
Have a good one.
King's honor, friend.
I buy and trade. Farewell.
Yeah, I was thinking that with this weapon that I have, is it better to just respec now and just smack the piss out of every enemy that I come across? What's up, treasure rat? Where is this flower shop? Is it down here? I think it's down here. WoW is doing good. Nope, that's the winery. We're kind of working our way through all the rested on all my characters right now. Pretty much worked through most of it at this point. Except for Link the Hunter, but the stream doesn't really like him, so I gotta play him off stream. And just for the record, I didn't name him Link after Link from Zelda. my name on Kronos was LN because I didn't know what to name my character, so I just hit 2 random keys and clicked create character. And then when WoW Classic came out, I typed LN and it let me make the name, but then when I had to move servers, it wouldn't let me use LN as a name. Treasure Rat says, I got it 2 days ago, but I don't know what I'm doing. Dude, that's awesome. You get to play WoW for the first time ever. I'm so jealous. I would say just enjoy not knowing what you're doing. Like, this is going to sound weird, but I would not Google. I would Google stuff when you're stuck. I would not follow a guide for how to level up the fastest. Are you playing Classic, though, or are you playing Retail? Nice, you're playing Classic. Yeah, I would just play the game. That's the best way to experience it for the first time. Maybe look up what a good spec is for your character so you're not completely struggling to kill stuff. I think that'll increase your enjoyment of the game. Yeah, just run around, get lost, explore, do all the quests you can find. I would still get the questy add-on. I don't think that ruins it. The Cobalt Crusher. Well, if I use a skill on the bar, should I leave the bar? No, it should not leave the bar. Yeah, it should stay on the bar. Maybe your bars have issues. Yeah, that is weird. What skill is it? I might be able to help. Yeah. Look at that beast of a... Dude, that thing looks really cool. It like matches his armor too. I like the green hue on the handle and it matches the chest piece. The rest of his armor doesn't match, but that's okay. First one as a warlock. Are you talking about... Oh, if you hit P, it brings up your spell book, and then you can click through the different tabs and drag and drop them on your bar. It does kind of look like Thor's hammer. Mjolnir. I like Thor. I'm not a big Marvel guy, but I do like Thor. I would not recommend playing hardcore, though. You'll have a bad time for sure if you first time through the game playing hardcore.
Light be with you. Greetings.
It's just too easy to die if you don't know what you're doing, and like some people do it
Need help?
and they're excited about it, and more power to those people, but for me, I think it's just setting yourself up for quitting.
Safe travels.
Because realistically, you're only going to make it to like level 10 if you're lucky. And then you're going to have to start over, and then you're going to keep having to start over, and it's just no fun. Hardcore is for like re-experiencing the game. hope Stitches doesn't sneak up on me while I'm doing this. Yeah, I would use Questy, the add-on Questy. I'll type it out. That'll help kind of streamline where you go. So you're not just running around blind. If you don't have a add-on installer, I use, it's called Curse. That's a good one. It's literally like you just click install and it installs it. Back in the good old days, you used to have to like find the folder, drag and drop it. It was a whole thing. Let's go respec. Warlock is a fun first class. If you... Actually, let me ask this. Have you played any other MMORPGs? Star Wars: The Old Republic. I don't have a lot of experience with that. I imagine they have pet classes. What I was going to say is if you find that Warlock is just not making sense to you, because it is kind of a... It's like a resource management class, where you're like draining your enemy's life, and then life tapping to get your mana back, and then like replenishing your life by draining. And then you're funneling that life to your pet. It's just a big management of resources type playstyle. If that doesn't make sense to you, try Hunter. Hunter's a lot more straightforward. Yeah, I really enjoy Hunter. Are you playing on the anniversary servers, or are you playing on Mists of Pandaria? There's like 3 different ways to play Classic. Or if you count Season of Discovery, which probably not a good idea to play that right now. It's pretty dead from what I understand. Maybe it's a good idea, I don't know. But at a glance, I don't think there's that many people playing. So, Kevin, question for you.
Need help?
I'm looking at builds, and I'm not sure which one. Basically, it looks like the big sticking point is taking spiritual focus or not. If I don't take spiritual focus, I can get Pursuit of Justice now.
Go with honor, friend.
Benediction, deflection, seal of command.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance. King's honor, friend. Light.
It has been an expensive, expensive night. But that's okay.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
1 gold. Alright, benediction. Deflection. Pursuit of justice. That's going to be nice. Seal of command. There you are. Two of 5 conviction. Imp red aura. Then you said 2-handed specialization. Oh, it's right there. Finish conviction, okay. Then we get that next level. So now I take it I'm using seal of command now, so yeah, that looks 70% of normal weapon damage. Unleashing the seal causes 68 to 73 holy damage. More if they're stunned. Oh, you're on midnight. Okay, so that's not WoW Classic. That's what we call retail. And I don't know anything about retail at this point. I am so far removed from retail. Okay, can you explain that? So Kevin said when the weapon level is like down to -2 of the mob's level. Are you saying like the weapon's required level? Like if your weapon is level 30 and the mob you're fighting is 33... switch back to Seal of Righteousness. Okay, I gotta go hit something before I go to bed. What should I go beat up? Charred Vale is like so far away. So now we're auto attack spec at this point. We just throw the seal up, swing away until it's about done. Probably judge it whenever it's close to finish.
Greetings. Go with honor.
Yeah, we're about to find out. Oh, I should have taken the tram. What am I doing? We're about to find out how powerful it is. Whoa, I just realized I've been live for 8 hours. Yeah, good point. I gotta check my weapon skill. I'm at 30. I got, he knows what he's doing a little bit. Yeah. 100% chance of glancing blue. I legit think I'm gonna take my mic to this class. One of my mics. I've got a lot of mics. I keep buying new mics. It's just fun. You buy one and you're like, I wonder how this one's gonna sound. That way I can at least still make YouTube videos. Unless I just want to use a headset mic. Make a song about Jade Chokity prods. Let me see if I can get it to work. Alright. So the Jade Chokity prod. Oh. No way. Did it do it? The story behind that is that I accidentally had that voice changer on for like 15 minutes. And it was right at the beginning of my stream. And nobody had really come in yet, or nobody was talking. and it's just me like singing away about some quest in EverQuest, another MMO that I play. And Kevin comes in and he's like, dude, are you having like a concert? What's going on? I put it on my YouTube. I think that's my favorite YouTube short I've ever made. Let me see if I can just pull it up. Here we go. Oh yeah, so the Jade Shokadi prod is in fact the oh, no way. Oh, that's embarrassing. I can't put that on YouTube. My girlfriend was messing around with my Kevin saying lol. My girlfriend was Okay. Great moments in MMOcracy history. It's actually a really cool voice changer effect because it sounds like an actual song. Ah, you know what I should do is remix it. I think I have just enough musical talent to remix that. It may only be like a minute-long song. Alright, we're gonna go mollywop a few enemies just to see how good this weapon is, and then I gotta get off, I gotta go to bed. Yeah, we're not gonna mollywop right away. It's gonna be a miss. So unleashing it just does damage. I like that one that when you unleash it, it makes it so they take more holy damage. I will say that Pursuit of Justice does feel really nice, even if it's only 8% speed. That extra run speed feels good. I was just thinking that on warrior you spam hamstring, on hunter you spam wing clip. I was looking around on my bar like what can I spam, but there's nothing to spam. It's getting there. Some are starting to get through. Oh, the weapon procced there. Ooh, 238 crit. Oh, wow. It's starting to happen. I mean, you could use Seal of the Crusader. Oh, I already have that on my bar. Kevin says, what the hell we're thinking with Flash of Light? What do you mean? I was thinking about how it scales with plus healing and how you could have a rank 1 Flash of Light probably doing a pretty decent amount of healing if you have a good healing set. And it's just free heals. Yeah, like I put rank 2 on my bar, and then I was like, I don't even really need rank 2. I might move that up here. I haven't really made up my mind on what I want my bars to look like. This is a class that I haven't played, like warrior or hunter, to where I already know where everything needs to go. Yeah, this is a lot faster. I knew it was going to be faster. Obviously the blue weapon that I just bought, that's an absolute chungus, helps too. Now I'm gonna have to jump on like pigtails or safety brief and just go farm gold to buy gear for this guy. There we go. Now it's starting to go down. Too bad all the stuff that drops off these guys is worthless. And now I'm hooked on the power. You guys are going to see me begging in Stormwind, like, once I get to level 35 and this weapon's not doing what it's doing right now. Hey guys. Can I get a couple silver from you? Times have just been real tough. Like checking the auction house every day. Maybe somebody will post a blue for like 30 silver today. ride it out till Bone Biter. Where do you get Bone Biter? Is that RFD? RF Dizzle? Oh, the SM Alliance quest. I did level a paladin one time on Chronos, but it was during a 7x XP event they did because the server was dying. So they were like, hey, for 2 weeks we're going to turn the XP up to 7 times the normal amount to try to bring people in. And I don't think that counts. You like level so fast that you can't even train all your skills. Or even, you can't even train the skills you want to train. You never train all your skills. You couldn't even get the skills you wanted. And you're in like level 20 greens at level 40. It's such a messed up way to play WoW. I hated it. Like, it was cool. And you know it all works out in the end. Like, you're able to finally get to level 60 and make the money to train all your skills, but like while you're going through it, it's such a messed up feeling. Just like nothing feels right about it. Are you shitting me? I'm really wearing level 10. These gloves dropped, they're for level 20. I'm really wearing level 10 gemmed copper gauntlets that I made for myself in Elwyn Forest. Okay. That's great. I'm glad I got an upgrade. And it had strength and stamina on it. I really need to go through and buy... yeah, like level 14, level 15, level 12. Dude, my gear is ass. Kevin says bro has a 10G hammer and welfare armor. You know what that like reminds me of is... I used to live in Orlando. And we used to drive by this trailer park on our way to work. And everybody had like Mercedes and Escalades. Next to like rundown ass trailers. Like $40,000, $50,000 car next to a trailer worth $10,000. I mean, honestly, I don't need good armor if I'm killing these enemies that fast. I think it works out. I'm gonna save so much money in repair bills. Yeah, that's why I was saying I need to go farm gold. I need to jump on I need to jump on pigtails. I need to run her down to the Badlands. Park her at the Earth Elementals and just farm the shit out of Earth Elementals. Because, yeah, I chunked away like 30 gold. I also haven't been posting very much. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll post a bunch of auctions tomorrow.
Off and away.
Hello.
Huh. That sounds kind of cool. Pattern, red whelp gloves, 5% chance to deal 15 to 25 fire damage on a successful melee attack. Azure silk gloves pattern. I'll just go ahead and buy all those.
Safe travels.
Making a special purchase?
I don't know if these are very sought after. Minor recombobulator.
Be seeing you.
I'm like hooked now. I don't even want to go to bed. I know I need to go to bed. I'm like it's starting to hit shit really hard. Kill shit really fast. Now I kind of wish I had made Ulfrigar blonde, like Thor. I could have made him like Thor. He looks pretty badass though. I think the secret to enjoying Paladin is playing hardcore. I'm not gonna lie. Paladin in softcore is super boring. Paladin in hardcore, you feel so tanky and safe. What's up, Dave Nova? Yeah, for sure. Classic Plus hype. We're really Classic Plus hyped over here. We all have kind of different opinions on what it should look like, though. I think everybody does to a degree. I think people have a common theme that most everybody wants. But the devil is in the details. For me, it's like, just make it like Turtle Wow. Turtle Wow was pretty good. Dave says I'm gonna give Blizzard the benefit of the doubt. That's what I'm doing too. I made a YouTube short actually a few days ago that was like, I didn't play SOD because I was kind of like too against the changes. And then I found out later that it was a lot of fun, and I kind of denied myself that fun. So I'm trying to have an open mind, and I'm just going to try to enjoy Classic Plus for what it is. Whatever they come up with, I'm going to try not to be like super judgmental unless they do really out-of-pocket crazy stuff with it.
Well met. Need help?
There we go.
For the Alliance.
I really needed that upgrade. Dave says they have 22 years of MMORPG experience, forum posts, player surveys, private server data, forum posts, YouTube videos, and streamers to pull info from. I just hope they do, I think like ideal best case scenario, and I doubt they'll do this, is they do what old school RuneScape did, and
Find something?
like community polling for different changes. Probably kind of a pipe dream when it comes to Blizzard actually listening, like truly listening to the community
Honor, friend.
versus, like you said, streamers, and they're going to listen to like Willie and Zaryu more than they're going to listen to, you know, 50,000 of us voting, but kind of is what it is. I just figured you were really emphasizing the forum posts.
You got my attention.
Well, Dave, that was a good chat, and if you like chats like that, we do a lot of that around here. So if you haven't subbed, consider dropping a sub so you can see when I'm live again. Because this is the MMocracy, and we are very MMO focused as far as how we discuss things and what we talk about. So I have been live for like way too long at this point. My voice is starting to go, and I do have to get ready for bed. But I do appreciate you stopping by at the very tail end of the stream. And for everybody else out there in internet land, thank you for your viewership and your support. I do have to get off. So, with that being said, this is the MMocracy, and as always, stay classic. Yeah, sorry, dude. Sorry, it's late. Have a great rest of your night, though.